Oh my gosh. Very, very beautiful. Always a big shout out to the boy last. Ladies and gentlemen, Ember Blaze Grand Finals. We are finally here. It all comes down to this. And it is going to be a good one. The monkeys on TFF. It is going to be a best of five. Can the monkeys finish the run and claim the crown? Or will TFF rise when it matters the most? It is your boy Huey. With me, it is my guy Core, and of course on production there's our boy Lax, and it's gonna be a good one, man. Grand finals. Glad for us to be here with us. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you so much for the intro, Huey. I'm excited to see this going. I'm excited to pop back on the saddle. Just for lack of a better word here, I'm going to go with the cowboy hat theme. I've been out of practice for quite some time, so please bear with me. But I'm excited to dive back into Ember, and I'm excited to be casting here with hopefully my soon-to-be new friend Huey. It looks like we're already diving immediately into draft. Quick item of housekeeping. It looks like Monkeys has decided to take the blue side, and of course TFF is going to go with red, Huey.
Oh yeah, for sure. Already going for the bands, taking off the Akali. If you guys were here last night, you definitely saw some fire in a previous matchup there with Akali. So you already can see what Akali can bring to the table and why it's already getting taken off there. TFF taking their time here studying. Going to get that Caitlyn band there. Again, another character we've been seeing in the finals and in playoffs, just showing off and just new things going on in the meta in the new season. And honestly, I like where these bands are going. Again, Monkey's going to take that late game scaling Smolder off the board. Another great pick there. A lot of focus here, it seems, for the bot lane right now as we do wait for TFF's second and last pick here.
Absolutely. If we're getting rid of plenty of that late game scaling, there's plenty of more options to go for. But I've got to imagine here, Huey, that we're looking at a lot of more specifically targeted bans. Keep in mind a little item of housekeeping. If you're not familiar with this league, we're sitting right about the emerald level, anywhere from platinum to diamond or so, which means the ban should be appropriate for that and for the individuals themselves. Next ban, however, is going to be Aurora. Absolutely a classic. Makes sense to always see that go. Still a very, very powerful champion to get off the field. And of course, I'm not sure if we mentioned, but Zen is no longer on the field as well. Another extremely meta, easy to pick up, easy to play champion. And with this, all of these bans coming out, I'm really curious to see what we're going to start off with for this best of five, for the first series of the best of five.
You see the Mel going to be taking off, so matching mid for mid there. Ash going to be locked in it there for the Monkeys. Again, another champion pick that we've seen popping off throughout the entire series of playoffs, all throughout the leagues here. So it's an interesting pick, but one that I always am a little hesitant to lock in. You kind of let yourself know that, hey, look, I am going to be bot lane. We're going to be doing a little more utility. It's not always the strongest on its own. You really got to wait for those items and for the volley passive to build up. But overall, I like where TFF is going here. Instead, getting the Seraphine and the Zaheen as well, both being really strong picks. And with the Seraphine flex pick, could be mid, could be support. I like what TFF is doing here.
Well, and I also really, really enjoy the fact that we're picking up Seraphine just in general. We saw the fact that there is going to be an Ashe on the field. So we went ahead and grabbed it. There's a massive combo between Ashe and Seraphine. So just taking that off the table so you don't have to deal with that is such a very solid strategy. And we see it over and over again.
Oh, yeah, 100%. The Encore into the Enchanter Crystallizer, it makes it so easy to land the arrow. Instead, going to opt for the Braum. It's still a really good utility. You layer the CC together as well, too. Add in the Lilia. It's a good mix. Gives you some front line as well, too. So you have that front to back option. Saber going to be picked in. And then in response, I do kind of like this pick. It has the wave clear, but it kind of lacks kind of where Ash kind of feels into that utility. That level 6 doesn't really give her the edge as other ADCs do. So I don't know. I'm a little iffy on this. I'm still really liking the Zaheen and the Seraphim.
So I've got at least a little bit of a different take for for not Seraphine, for the Sivir on the other side. With Brom's always going to be close to someone, at least relatively. So that gives Sivir somebody to bounce their abilities off of to add those multiplicatives, right? This is a best of one of a fearless. So getting a lot of these champions out of the way, maybe that like aren't your best, that maybe you're saving on for later on. But getting these champions out of the way makes a lot of sense. TFF has a very clear strategy, and right now it is to disrupt and to deny monkeys, right? We pick the Ashe, we pick the Seraphine. We saw the Braum was picked, and which is really good. That frees up Seraphine because Seraphine has a very powerful counter that I think people forget about, which is Alistair. Sivir can do next to nothing when Alistair comes in and absolutely comes knocking you down. And so grabbing that as soon as you can, I think is a good, solid choice. Plus the fact, like I said, with it being Braum's going to be near someone, so that's going to give Sivir opportunities to bounce a couple of things off of. Next couple of bands coming through, it looks like it's going to be Ornn, it's going to be the Hui, it's going to be I don't know why I want to call him Urgot Yorick. I've been out of the game for a while. And then of course we've got Alawi. A lot of really solid top lane picks. Hui being off the table. I'm a little surprised Hui's being off the table because in my opinion I put Hui in the category of like you kind of have to be a little bit of a quantum physicist because he's got like 16 abilities and combinations. But if someone's really, really good at it, I don't blame them for taking that off the table.
It's been a while since Hui has been out. When Hui first came out, it was a little overwhelming. But the 16 isn't the end of the world. You don't really cycle through all 16 as well, too. It cycles through on what abilities are hot. The ultimate is still a very fantastic pick to go and eviscerate a single target. Overall, I think it's a good pick there. Just trying to again, these are target picks here. The Yorick, the Alawi. You don't want to get that split push option falling into any danger. And overall, it should help out the monkeys lock in as they do see the Gnar. And I think that's going to be the Mordekaiser they're going to be going up against.
Mordekaiser into Gnar. I haven't seen that combination in a little bit. Once again, like I said, I'm just a little bit rusty on my side. I do feel like that is a bit of a weird fight. It can favor Gnar if played correctly, but I think it could easily tip in the other scale. I do like this. We went ahead and we went with Ahri. We've seen that we've gone with a lot of different counter picks, and Ahri is one of those ones that's very, very hard to pin down overall. I'm thinking this could potentially be a Mordekaiser jungle unless they've completely nix that, but I know that was powerful. About the same time we had Aatrox, and I know for sure Aatrox has been nerfed pretty heavily inside the jungle to the point where like he doesn't get played a whole bunch. Either that or everybody's just become extremely adapted to him. We're going to go from that into the Lissandra. So Lissandra into Ahri. I do like this. If you can close the cap with Lissandra and you can get in range of Ahri, you can nuke her, but Ahri is so slippery, Yui.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. It is good, but the Lissandra does help with the ultimate, kind of find the lockdown and give and provide what is needed. Overall, I'm liking TFF's team composition here, but Monkeys definitely has that brawl fight comp mentality here. When if TFF doesn't have a very good laning phase, they're going to have a very difficult mid game transition, as they definitely have the team fight potential.
Absolutely. And when looking at monkeys, they have a good team set up for where you can point at someone and you say, hey, I want that specific person to die. And if TFF doesn't throw all their G.I. Joes against the wall in order to stop it, you could be very quickly down an opponent because we've got that crystalline arrow right with Ashe. We've got the sleep with the deer. We've got Braum's passive. We've got Gnar knocking into the wall. And we've got charm. That's so many different abilities. Maybe if those are timed incorrectly, you can get your hands on like a Seraphine Encore to stop that. Sure, Sivir can stop that with a spell shield. But a lot of the people getting caught in that could be quite dangerous. Even Mordekaiser can be nuked down relatively quickly if you hit those combos and you time them just as correctly. So it can be very, very spicy. But if we get them back off on the other side of the foot, then it could favor TFF. Either way, we won't know until the game starts. And luckily for us, Huey, it's starting, and games start much, much quicker now with these more recent patches.
Oh yeah, you're not used to the last Revenant touch here.
Nope.
Always a big shout out to the last Rev. When we get to have our draft here at Ember, and then from draft we go right into game. We also get these beautiful camera angles as well too. And if you look on over, any stacks, item item stacks, item numbers are all on their side as well too. Speaking of, let's check over onto the keystones. Nothing too far out of the ordinary per se. I do like Ash picking up cleanse on summoners. We are going to get a little
Ooh,
rest
looking for
here
engagement.
into the bot lane.
Adam already going down about half HP. This does not spell well for the other side. And there it is, the first blood. Sure, the Braum got it, but we're going to go from one fight into another. Lissandra came to look for an opportunity to go over the wall. Cyclone going to have a lot of early damage, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Going down, already almost going to get taken down. That's really devastating for a mid laner. We have to back off, and we didn't even delay the jungle just long enough, and there wasn't really a massive response, but we did get a backing from Seraphine, a forced backing, but, nonetheless, that does mean that we're going to hit level 2 and we're going to have that dominance in the bot lane sooner rather than later.
It is true, and I don't want to take away anything from Monkeys there. They definitely are showed up and are showing that they are ready to perform. It is unfortunate, though, that yes, you did get the first blood, but it landed on Braum. It wasn't a perfect picture there. It's only going to be an extra 200 gold there lead for Ash. Granted, that's about a long sword or so, and it's great. Listen, it's great. The experience stallment, it could have just been better, is all I'm saying. But honestly, I would love to take that opening and trade any start of the game here, as we do see a rotation and a gank coming in the top lane.
Bit of damage coming here. It looks like Mordekaiser going to have to blow his flash already, but there's still an opportunity to take out. If we could just get a couple more shots, we are going to go for the dive as mid Wheeze fighting Cyclone in the center. That does favor Lissandra, especially after that back, and Lissandra still has her TP up. Ari's already back, looking to go from immediately into another gank, but there's the passive right there. If we could just get a little bit of space and a bit of damage, the flash comes through as we look for the damage for Sivir. Flash forward, Seraphine grabbing the damage, trying to take down McMittens. Unfortunately for Monkeys, that almost turned out really, really smooth, but the damage on Seraphine cannot be underestimated as we go down in mid lane. Another flash, that's all of the abilities. A flash there for the other one. Can we escape? Will the minions take him out in mid? No, Lissandra is indeed going to escape that, and she's up one summoner abilities. Things are not looking good for mid, and the tempo has shifted ever so slightly to TFF.
Things were looking a little hectic for them, and it's been a very hectic fight as we go over to the split PvP view here from the top side and bot. But TFF's kind of stabilized through that early skirmish here. As we go on and check things out here, it is a slight gold lead, but overall everything is pretty much even, as we do see the coal going to be picked up there in excuse me, for Chrome, as we do see Ash going to opt, I think, just going to pick up that long sword like we mentioned. And overall, it's a pretty good opener for both sides. No one has a full grip onto this game just yet. I'm still excited to see what else is in store.
The one advantage I see just right off the bat here we're looking this is, luckily it's the deer for Monkeys that has the gold, which means your gold, your advantage can move to where it needs. Getting the mid, relatively fed and relatively somewhat of a lead where it can is not the worst thing. Sure, the damage going on McMittens, or the gold going on McMittens could have been a bit better for Monkey, especially if Ash had been able to get their hands on it, but we can still rotate, we can still pivot, and there's not that big of a difference right now in between everything else. The CS across the board is relatively even, but the biggest thing that I think we got to watch out for is the bot lane. We need to change this tempo just a little bit, because Seraphine with that gold doesn't sound like a lot, but we've already got a tier. That means we can spam abilities if we want to. If this Seraphine plays correctly, this can turn into quite the lane bully, but it's going to be hard because you got to know where that jungle is.
Yeah, no, 100%. You definitely have to be careful with the jungler, but I gotta say, the gank early from both sides, Singular and Frosty, have been fantastic. So I really gonna think that it's gonna become a duel of the minds here, and which jungler is going to overtake the game more, because I mean the lanes have seemed pretty even on both ends.
Absolutely, and we're sitting about the 5-minute mark, which means we've got our first Drake up and ready to go, so that's their first objective to go for. No more autocon back in, when I was casting, so that's no longer in the game. The Void Grubs aren't particularly powerful as they used to be unless you are already good at taking down towers and got a little bit of fed on you. They do provide some sort of advantage, so we're going to be looking at the objective more specifically for the Drake this time around. The biggest thing I'm worried about is just Ahri being a bit behind and being on their back foot, because still at this point, Cyclone still has their TP, which means we're already going to back and we're going to return to lane sooner rather than later, and we're going to get those tiny micro advantages. Plus, we got to remember that morale is a very real resource. Just being behind a little bit and being on your back foot will affect the morale of Ahri.
No, it does, but that's what makes and breaks good players there. You gotta realize sometimes, especially in this game, I call it being on allowance. Sometimes you're just on allowance, and you put yourself there, and sometimes the character skill dip. It's just you put yourself in allowance, and you gotta realize, hey, you gotta play from back. You're gonna be here for a bit, and you're not gonna be here forever. And the better you play, the faster you get out of being in allowance. So with that being said, we just kind of keep pushing forward here. We're gonna get a slight pause here. Chem Drake is going to be the first Drake of the game, and I see looks like Adam might get a little aggressive here with the minion wave, but just gonna push it forward here. And I think this is where we're gonna see red side start to look for it, as we do see Frosty on the opposite end of the jungle. They might be looking for a flip here. Just allow first Drake to go. Mac Mittens does get the information, does know that 3 are bot. They are at Drake right now, about 2,500. Going down, I think that's going to be easy secure there.
Absolutely. At that point, Lily had already backed. She did not have 6, so that was pretty much TFF's, objective to go for. We can turn this into a fight. This is a good opportunity. Once again, we've had to pop a flash here. Singular Bread trying to get out of there, continuing to go for those objectives in that bot lane right next to Ahri over and over. I'm not sure what the strategy is here for that, unless you're trying to specifically direct the deer. Invades aren't as powerful as they used to be unless you're going for some sort of zone, and I don't mean that the haha I missed my ult level of zoning, but I mean like directing the other jungle so you know where they're going to be, which is a very solid strategy. And I think that's the primary reason why a lot of people look for these invades. It's not necessarily for the kill or to disrupt, it's to control the tempo.
Right, you're really just trying to get the ward onto Raptor Pit so you know on which side the jungler is. Also, Zaheen can clear Raptor relatively well, so if I can get information on your jungler and get 4 camps for free, I mean, why wouldn't I?
Absolutely. Now we're sitting about 8 minutes on the clock. Huey, you're sitting at 2-2. Not a real massive difference from one side to the other. Lissandra having the biggest lead, at least, but it's not by much. It's only by 400. That will add up over time, but it's not the biggest thing right now. The biggest thing is really just continuing that tempo. Lissandra, Cyclone specifically, is just hammering this Ahri over and over, making them have really not the best time of it, but they're still keeping up in CS. They're only about 8 behind. It's when you get about 15 when I really consider yourself, significantly behind here.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty even game overall so far. But if you really want to give it to anybody, it is TFF's games right now in terms of macro. Chem Drake is secured. First plate is also secured by them as well. We already have Voids summoned, and it does seem that monkeys are going to pick them up without any real issue here. As we can get the little picture-in-picture here, Voids will be secured. And right now, in terms of CS, we have the leaderboard of the creep score coming up. Bro, Last, what are you doing here, bro? We love you for that. And it is going to be Gnar for that, but hold this thought here as mid gets into this skirmish. Cyclone taking a lot.
Cyclone actually lost it, but we are going to pop on the hunt to try to lock him down. Zaheen going in, looking for the damage. We might be able to take down McMittens, but Braum is a tough cookie to crack. Can Ashe get in range? Move for your Braum. The shield does come up, and unfortunately, that's a whole bunch of nothing, but we did blow some important abilities. That's 2 flashes down on the other end, but we do have an ultimate down for Singular Bread, so gank unsuccessful, but we are set up if we do want to make a return.
And meanwhile, during the skirmish in the bot lane, Weeze was able to pick up Cyclone. I think it was a little bit of a dive situation there. as Cyclone did dive afterwards as well. But with the 2-1, a 500 gold lead, we do have another little bit of an exchange here in the bot lane, but it doesn't look like it's going to be too much here. But it is just a bunkering down here. You're trying to hold down Mac and Grim for as long as possible, so they cannot really grow and evolve into the threats that you know and love between a Brahmin and Ashe. So I like this idea here. It's unfortunate for the TFF fans that they're not really getting the secure that they necessarily need or really are looking for there. They know that Braum has left, so they do get a little aggressive there. I like that call. But overall, it's good. It is a little bit of a downside, though, because they're not securing the kills. Yeah, you got Ashe once, but I think it's been about 3 ganks already now. If it was 3 ganks for 3 deaths, we would definitely be looking at a slightly different game.
Absolutely, and I think that's a good point to point out. The number of ganks does need to equal gold and advantages, because otherwise it's a net loss when it comes to time. Ooh, Wee's just taking so much damage here from Lissandra, already going down to half HP. Ari's got to really love trying to get out of this lane. On the hunt, going to get popped, trying to lock down McMittens. Not sure that's the best call. We're going to hop to safety, look for the shots. There is one on Singular Bread as the ultimate comes in and hits 3, but looks like it's just to get people off their back. We're going to go over the wall, trying to lock down Frosty, but it's not going to be good once again as the crystalline arrow comes in from the other side, and a gigantic nothing burger rolls through Adam, at least taking a bowling ball on their way out. These ganks just not linking up in time. Get so close, but it does not count because it's neither a horseshoe or a hand grenade. We're looking for an angle here on Alone, but it looks like we're not going to have it there with the damage and the heal from Seraphine.
No, it was looking pretty good. They do get the nice catch there over from Cyclone's gank or rotation there from the mid lane. So it is what they need, and they do get a little more. But this game is still too close to call. Once we get a more towards this second Drake, as it is spawned and it is Hextech, we should see a little more bit of the headway here. Because as of right now, it has been slightly TFF's game, but Monkey right on their heels.
Starting a fight. Frosty in an unfortunate position. The Encore comes through. It looks like we are going to block it with the shield. And once again, Braum doing exactly what he should. TP coming in. The Gnar is here. There's plenty of walls to knock people in. Another TP on the other side. Gnar over the wall, but we're just not in Mega Gnar. We're absolutely separated here on TFF as one goes down. McMitten's going in. Going to get taken down. Taken down on his end. Wee's on the run. Frosty doing the exact same thing, but right back into the frying pan. And that's a triple kill on the Mordecai. Don't feed the Mord.
Yeah, like I just mentioned there, it feels almost of a curse, but now we definitely can see that TFF has solidified their lead here. That teleport was fantastic over on to Hunter, but I think everyone panicked a little bit. I did as well too, seeing the Gnar coming in, but there was no Rage Bar there. There was no Mega Gnar. So it really didn't matter that they were trapped within that corridor. You can't do much as Mega Gnar if you're not Mega. So allowing Chai to then push the tower out, I think get another plate under the belt to then come over to then get a triple kill. He's got to be feeling really good right now. A 1,200 gold lead. As you do see the Lilas, you have the mask already into it. The quest completed as well too. So they have the ulti or the extra highlighted teleport as well too. So overall, really good work.
Absolutely. The triple kill into the Drake. Just so many advantages for TFF. We just did not have things together. And I do appreciate it. There was a moment where things were turning and looking very positive for Monkeys. We just didn't have enough. As you mentioned, the Mega Gnar, you can't do much with Mega Gnar if you don't have Mega Gnar. That would have been such a great opportunity to knock 3 or 4 into the wall. We just unfortunately did not have it. That would have been a completely different fight, I feel. And Chai was a bit late to that fight, but it ended up working to their advantage, turning into a triple kill. Very, very solid. Now sitting about a 1.5k, almost 15 minutes on the clock. Got plenty of lane rotations here. Got to watch out for it. Pink ward's coming down. No real objectives. This is kind of the awkward stage, so we need to look for something to grab, and that can be where things are a little bit spicy. The plan could be going for Shelly. It is up and ready to go, but we've got plenty of anti-vision, so maybe we're just looking for a kill first.
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, as of right now, I think you just keep applying the pressure, applying the momentum here. You know you're in the lead right now. You have two Drakes up. You know that it's going to be Cloud Drake, which honestly is fantastic for either. And to be fair, I don't think you can challenge TFF at Herald right now. I just don't think you win that. You want to fight TFF when, when Mordekaiser isn't there.
Ooh. Crystal Liner coming in, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough in order to help Ari. The charm does come through as well as the sleeper piling it up on top of each other. Frosty getting a little bit more gold in their pocket and also helping out Ari, but this does mean we could potentially lose this objective as Shelly comes in to knock down the T1. Just a couple of more shots. The jungle, or Ash specifically, is here for a bit of that. McMitten's going in for some reason, taking a whole bunch of damage for free. Not sure what the plan is. Shelly is tanking the tower. However, we do have Frosty here for some damage, and we save the tower. That's not the worst trade, and Frosty is still going. Frosty is still looking for the damage. Flash forward, but we just don't have enough as Singular Bread tanks more shots back and forward, and honestly, I take that trade. That may not seem like that big a thing, but Braum bought time to keep that objective alive. That is how you play support, Huey. You are a pawn as support, and I say this as a support player. Trade yourself for objectives, and you did exactly that. Good job, McMittens.
I mean, McMittens did a great job, but overall, it's more picking the lesser two evils right now. It's still so much loss on the side of Monkeys. You're kind of stopping the bleed a bit, but there's still just so many other things going wrong right now. At least you were able to kind of slow down the momentum, but still TFF is definitely all in the lead right now, still in this match.
Adams taking a couple of shots here on the way out as Cyclone goes over the wall, takes a couple of tower shots. Braum, three-man ult. Once again, that's the second one in a row as Frosty comes in to lock down Cyclone. Ash able to pick up the kill. The shield comes down. Braum doing exactly set in the 10 as Singular Bread goes down. That's a double kill on the Ash. Alone is all alone, going down by themselves, leaving Adam alone. Chai coming in, but you do not want this. Heed our score. Now 8-7 at almost 18 minutes.
So, like I mentioned here earlier in the draft pick, it is a fight comp here. Once they're grouped up, when they are all together, the power of friendship just shows off here. Monkey's now able to extend the lead, bring it back to their side. They got a lot of ground covered, but they got to be careful here as Chai finds a grab.
Chai at about half HP. He's going to activate his ult. We are in the death realm, but can we lock down the beer? No, we cannot. The deer's still alive, and now we're here to deal the damage. The charm unfortunately misses. It'll be flashed to safety as double encore comes in, and the tables have been truly turned. We're going back over the walls. Zahim wanting a little bit of blood, but it's only going to be one kill once again. Monkeys think they're ahead for TFF to grab the momentum for themselves.
It is a victory not really enjoyed it too long there, not even able to go back to get the gold that they were able to gain back from shutdowns. They're going to lose this Dragon Soul point right now, and then now they have about 5 minutes to get things back in order and hopefully be ready for this Soul fight.
Absolutely, because once again, we've been able to grab another dragon in the background, which means there's going to be so much pressure for Monkeys to counteract that, and that is another way that TFF can control the tempo. Even from the picks and the bans, TFF has done everything they could to control the tempo, because it doesn't matter if you do good here and there. It matters if you're consistent, and one of the best ways to be consistent, Huey, is to control that tempo consistently, and I think TFF is doing exactly that.
Right. Also, just now, the first three Drakes really don't, per se, quote unquote, don't matter. If you are able to get control back into the game, you're able to get the full stacks of the Drake. For example, you'll get 4 stacks of Cloud Drake benefits instead of the mix of the 3 before you get the 4th one. But with that being said, it just kind of puts you into into somewhat of a deficit here, because you're kind of forced in the next 3 minutes. You have to be at Dragon Pit. You can't be anywhere else. If you are not there, and if you do not have eyes, if you do not have full control of this game within the next 3 minutes and 35 seconds, you're going to be in a even worse situation than you are. And I don't know if that's enough time for Monkeys to really find the foothold that they do have here with the slight gold lead that they found.
The one advantage I think they do have is sitting at mid lane, even though mid lane is pretty weak when it comes to that tower right now. Just having their tower up while the other one is down will make a big difference, because that is a point of tempo change for Monkeys, because Monkeys can go, haha, you know, look how low this tower is. Why don't you come and get it? And we can turn that into kills, and we can turn that into drakes. It just depends on how we apply that leverage. It's going to be so important. But as you mentioned, TFF can do the same thing with that fourth drake. That fourth drake's going to be so important. But it's also a good way to shake things up. It's a good way to sort of end up on the back foot while you're not trying to. So mid lane's going to be so important for that objective. They're going to be so tied to each other. Zaheem looking for a wing to go in. Singular Brett looking for that damage, but Weeze is here. Unfortunately, we're going to miss the charm. Braum, two-man ult, trying to lock him down. Looks like the passive is good. Zaheem has to ult away as Frenzy is here for the damage. Drowsy is here hitting two, locking him down. That's going to be the jungle. Adam, unfortunately, not getting hit by that charm. That would have been a kill, but we still locked down the jungle, and now we're trying to lock out alone, but Shy coming in all the way from the other side. There's going to be shield down Shy by himself. Cyclone here for the defense as a bowling ball comes in. The damage goes in, and the tempo slows down. Another 2 kills in Monkey's pocket.
This is exactly what Monkeys are looking for here. Like I mentioned, you only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get full control onto this. If you're able to secure this Baron here, that would be fantastic control, as we do see the Meganar looking for Shy.
Shy starting a fight, dropping Meganar into the base. There is going to be a good chunk of damage. He gets stunned inside the death room. Shy is just not in a good position, trying to lock down McMittens, but does that really matter if the rest of your team goes down? If you go down just like that, that is not worth the trade. You don't want to kill yourself for the support. I know Braum is a pain in the butt, but it's not worth it. You are so much gold for your team. They need you. Sure, we stopped the Baron, but at what cost?
To be fair, I think I'd rather die than lose Baron there. I'll be back before next soul point as well too. I secured and made sure that the enemy team doesn't have the Baron and doesn't have the advantage here. Sure, you have 2,000 gold, but man, I think I'd rather you have the gold than the Baron buff here.
Sorry about that. I was trying to breathe. No, I think that's a valid point to make as well. I feel like we could have coordinated that either way on either side, but we did turn that from a death on the Mordekaiser, stopping the Baron, and we did take that in a mid tower, which I was expressing how important that was, which sets us up even better for this dragon. So if we can pivot that, if we can transition that into something better, which TFF so far has consistently done, the only real misstep that I've seen TFF do is really just Mordekaiser going over there. But like you said, there's a good argument for it. Crystalline Arrow is unfortunately just gonna miss. It just skimmed the hairs off of Lyssandra's face, unfortunately just not locking down any, and we're in this awkward stage. The dragon's not up just quite yet. We're still 11-9. So many drakes looking at TFF right now. This is such a weird stage of the game.
Right. So, like we mentioned earlier, Monkeys wanted to get full control here. They didn't get full control, but with the deficit that they were behind, this is as best as it could get. Besides maybe having the Baron, the charm starts, and here comes the fight.
Yes, indeed. Cyclone had to blow an ultimate to save themselves, and Mittens going down half HP. Chai looking for some sort of angle on the other side, but he's not getting here in time. Frosty in trouble. We just need one Q to lock down that deer if we can, but Chai is spending so much time trying to lock it down. The juking is good. Somehow Frosty's still alive, occupying the damage, and now it's a 2v4. Can Chai lock them down? The charm gonna miss once again. Chai on the run. Nar on the hunt, trying to lock him down. Can we hit the plant in time? No, we cannot. We only go to our doom. That is gonna be an ace. That is really unfortunate. That's that soul point. That's that tempo that we were worried about, and TFF fumbled the ball just a little bit.
Oh yeah, they really needed Chai there to be part of the fight, but was just so focused on taking out Unique Frosty, which is understandable. You take out Unique Frosty, you don't have Smite for the team. I 100% agree and understand with that play. But taking so long to remove Smite, you lost your team. Now you can't even go for the Drake, which was the pivotal point here for TFF to kind of secure and lock in their lead. And now this is a very strong flip for the side of Monkey, and now they're going to have to play Monkey's game for the next 4 minutes, and this is not where you want to be for the side of TFF.
And going back to that fight as well, Chai just barely, when he was going around, he just barely missed, anybody by like half a frame. If it had been just half a second sooner, we got so close to grabbing someone, and then Frosty did such a good job. Yeah,
he would have grabbed 3 there in that close. If you were watching that. Completely different story, 100%.
Unfortunately, we're not in that timeline. We don't get to see Chai absolutely duke it out once again. But TFF is not outside of this. We've still got plenty of time. We've still got plenty of time to, bargain with Dormammu here if we really want to. And there's plenty of opportunities for them to mess it up. But it's going to boil down to that consistency, and the tempo. Can we keep things going? Because even though Chai's made a couple of mistakes here and there, if he's more consistent across the series, across this best of 5, it doesn't matter a whole bunch in the grand scheme of things. They just need to turn it around, but it's going to be one heck of a turnaround because we're sitting at a 4.2K lead and 16 kills on MKM's team.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And then now, as we mentioned earlier, we were looking at TSF's game. This is now Monkey's game. And then now TFF is the one on allowance. And they're going to have to hope and pray that this Monkey team makes some kind of silly mistake here and it gives them a chance to get back into this game or go for a crazy steal. I mean, with Singular Bread on the Zakin, it's not the end of the world or not in the realm of possible. So it's a difficult position to be. And, I, for one, definitely would not want to be in this position myself. We are going to see the kills. But and then check out the new screen here. My gosh.
Oh, this is fancy.
This is sick. Super sick here. Last always working on codes and everything. Everything you see is also by Last, by the way, guys. So please, any other organizations that, that needs the last touch, please let them know. Please. I will always glaze this man because of the work that he brings. Like, it's fantastic. Look at this. This is LCS. This is LCS quality. Like, they don't get much better than this. A 4.3K goal lead right now for Monkeys. Winding down to 2 more minutes left for TFF to try to secure this sole point. And I do like this kind of stationary. We don't really have to commit to anything right now. We have the lead. Force TFF to play into a bad situation. Force them into a face check. Try to catch someone unwittingly here and unknowingly, and pretty much the game is yours, or wait for this next streak to go down. You know where TFF is going to be. You guys know where you're going to have to be within the next 90 seconds. As we see the ADC tails of the tape right now, 3 kills to the side of Grim, 9 assists, the 6 KDA, this creep score going to the side of Chrome, but everything else is still Grim's win. And yeah, you got to give it to them. They definitely have been showing off and really been putting out, because that was a definitely hard laning phase for this side of Monkeys. And you can see why they held and put so much attention onto Grim and Mac, because of how much they've been performing in these team fights.
We're going to lose a tower up in the top lane, so that's going to be a little bit of gold now in the pockets of TFF. Shorten up our lead a little bit. We were sitting about 4.2K. Now we're sitting about 3.2K. And something I wanted to note, too, is despite the triple kill on the Mordekaiser, the Nar's done a really good job of catching back up. We're not too much further behind. It's 800, 900 gold, give or take. And Nar is 3-0. Ooh, the charm coming in. Adam going down. That's really unfortunate. This is what I was talking about in draft. We have this team that can point and say, you're dead, and Seraphine stepping 1 toe out of range is exactly what you're going to see. Frosty running into Chai. We need to do something here. That's going to be the death realm, I think. That effect is so hard to tell. Yes, indeed, that's going to be an ultimate down for Chai, and we're sticking around as more damage comes in for the Braum. We do have Passive, just 1 or 2 more shots to lock him down there. This Passive getting activated. Chai completely isolated there by himself. There's a plant, but I'm not sure it's going to save him. We are going to get alone, trying to come in and throw some hands, but it's just not going to be enough range as Chai goes down right after Adam. That's really unfortunate. The tempo firmly back in the grasp of Monkeys, sitting at 18-10 at 3 minutes with a 5.4K lead.
Yeah, not bad at all. And all before Drake too. The ace of the team, Chai, isn't going to be for this Drake. So if they lose this one, which right now, here we go.
Is starting another fight. Once again, Singular Bread trying to lock him down. We are going to pick up one kid. Will Wee's taking a good chunk of damage. Singular Bread trying to buy more time. The Drowsy getting activated in Seraphim. We just cannot get in range in time. We might just be Uber Eats delivering ourselves into death. Chai going to come back up. Singular Bread doing a good chunk of damage, trying to lock him down. There it is, talking about knock up McMittens, but it's just not going to matter as the ace comes through. Ari picking up another kill, and Baron is on the table while the bodies are on the floor.
We talked about it earlier in the draft. It is going to matter if TFF comes out of lane on top. And unfortunately, they were on top, but they didn't have enough of a lead here. Monkey's holding it down, being able to get that team fight online, and really just coming in like just a couple of anime characters here, and just using the power of friendship and just the power of 5 here, and just really showing this team fight composition, just taking off from here. A 6.7k gold lead, the biggest, and of course it's only the first match, but the biggest lead that we have just yet. So it is going to be our benchmarker. And man, it's going to be a hard one for TFF to get back into this one. To get back into this one, they're going to need a miracle out of Chai. I don't even know if Chai is big enough to really make that happen here.
Well, and something we got to keep in mind is we keep referencing back to this being a best of 5. People don't understand that these games are a lot more fatiguing than people make it out to be, right? So even though Monkeys is doing really, really well right now, maybe game number 3, maybe they're like actually sweating. Ooh, Cyclone might run into danger. Not sure who's supposed to win that fight. I think Lissandra hits like a truck even into Gnar, but still, that could be scary one way or another. We do still have Baron up, and I could see forcing some sort of fight. Oh, we're really disjointed right now. Cyclone trying to go over the wall. The charm is going to miss. Cyclone going back in. Best of 5 charm going in. We're going to try to lock him down. That's good. A good encore, but it doesn't matter. Look at that damage. Lissandra going in. McMittens. That shield up doing so much, but Chai is in here in the background trying to lock down Grim. Grim in trouble. Things are looking grim for them, trying to lock him down, but Chai just doesn't have the damage. The shield comes through. The rest of the team turns around. Can Chai do it again? This is the last opportunity, but that is so much damage. That is a pentakill on Ari, and this might already be GG, folks.
That is a wrap. The Monkeys monkeying around, a fine TFF scattered in their own jungle. They do find a really good reposition angle, but it's just not enough to sustain, and just the damage just way overwhelming on the side of Monkeys, and just a fantastic, beautiful pentakill to start off grand finals. We's gotta be feeling something and feeling kind of great, and yes, they do secure it. Monkeys moving on up 1-0.
And look at that in the background, despite just having a pentakill. We're sitting at 11 and 3 and 10 on this Ari 4.4k lead. When you were so far behind, we had such a hard start for Wheeze, and they applied the pressure, but we maintained the mental, we maintained the consistency, and we got a pentakill at the end, winning the whole enchilada of game number 1, Huey.
That is it. MVP for our side would have to be Weaves for that first game. If we are coming for an interview, I'm not too sure on that. I was a little late on the meeting. And hold up, waiting for that call here. But I got to say, that was a very, very strong performance out the gate. And excited to see what TFF brings to the table once they get to the drawing board and figure out what really went wrong in the first game, because honestly, it felt like they kind of had it and understood the assignment.
Absolutely. From draft, I want to say almost till about like maybe 12 minutes, things were looking really positive for TFF, and there were plenty of opportunities for them to turn around. I think what happened is just at the end, I think Chai just got unlucky a couple of times. I think Chai overstepped a couple of times. Adam also overstepped just a couple of times, turning into sort of this snowball effect, right? All of these things are easy to say. I'm not bashing these players for this things happening, but factually, from a standpoint, when Adam went down, Chai went down soon after. We kept over committing to this. We should have just reined back in, got our mental back, got our tempo back, went, okay, this person died. We've lost priority. We need to turn things around. We need to get back in the game. We need to get our heads back in the game. And I really see that because TFF kind of got baited in on that last one. There were 2 other fights before that where monkeys were just absolutely like it looked good for them and then looked bad for them and then looked really, really good for TFF. And that's where TFF got a lot of kills. And that's the same thing that happened the 3rd time, but we just didn't have the damage. We just didn't have the gold. The gold was very much so on Monkey's side. So even though Monkeys is a little disjointed at the beginning, TFF overcommitted and lost them the game and got that pentakill. And look at that gold difference right now. We're sitting almost at 11K right there at the end, Huey.
Yeah, no, 100%. A very, very good game to say. With that, we're going to just go to the tails of the tape real quick and go to a quick break. Game 2 will be on the way, guys. And hold that thought. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. H. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. How are you guys doing, Ember League? If you guys are just tuning in, it is your boy Huey. With me is Korak, and if you are just tuning in, Monkeys got away with that first game. It is grand finals. TFF has a lot of ground to cover. Granted, it was only one game, but Monkeys really showed a dominant performance there, and you got to give it to them. Falling behind, losing first blood, and losing Drakes as for first 3 Drakes as well too. Able to maintain and keep that mentality and what was needed to continue pushing forward, and found themselves a dominant performance and win a pentakill as well too to the mid laner. So gotta be feeling good. A lot of momentum in the monkey side. What does TFF need to do to make sure that they do not fall behind here?
Well, right now, what we've got going on is we've got Monkeys sitting over on blue side. We've got TFF still sitting on the red, so it looks like TFF elected to stay on red side. I don't blame them. They had plenty of counter picks in the previous ones. And as far as what they can do to sort of pull one off, if we're talking about TFF or Monkeys to maintain the momentum, with Monkeys, I think purely just keep your head in the game, keep things grounded, understand that losses are going to happen. Sometimes you're going to get outplayed. That's definitely going to happen. That's just part of League of Legends. There's always someone better, and sometimes in a specific circumstance someone is better than you. You just have to accept it and move on. Keep in mind, another item of housekeeping is this is of course fearless in a best of 5, so if you look below our prospective dumb heads, you can see the first set of bans or picks that are no longer available going forward, which are going to be progressively more important as we go on. And for TFF, I think they went into that with a very clear plan, maintained that plan, and then it fell apart right there at the end, unfortunately for them, and it just continued to fall apart. We're going to go with our first pick, though. Monkeys is starting off with Varus.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think TFF definitely has a really good shot to bring this back. Again, it's fearless. As you can see above, we already seen what's taken off. We saw what Monkeys was able to do game 1. So hopefully they will be able to do it again. But it is best of 5. With that being said, they not only have to do it twice, but 3 times. That's 15 champs right there. You're going to have a pretty deep pool to clear this one out from either side. So hopefully they don't run out of gas before they can finish the fight. As we do see MF going to be picked in counter pick there, or in response there to the Varus pick. I do like the Varus pick overall. We're starting to see Maokai come back a bit, but I'm not too comfortable with this one still. We are in Emerald, in Emerald around Emerald. And Maokai, I just want to see someone with a little more identity, a little more in the meta, but comfortability is always a good pick as well too, as we do see the bot lane for Monkeys, which will be the Varus and Leona. That is a beautiful bread and butter, a tried to dynamic duo. And overall, I'm very comfortable with this pick, especially with the performance that we saw in the bot lane.
Well, and looking at this too, this looks like it's sticking with the themes that Monkey was going with beforehand, which is point at that person and then they die. We've got the Chains of Corruption. Of course, we've got Leona, we've got the Solar, and then we've got Silas to pair on top of it. I'm always a really big fan of Silas. And I think the thing that's nice about Maokai is tricky in the way people don't expect. So Twisted Advance is still, in my opinion, one of the strongest abilities in the game. It's still absolutely nasty. And Maokai support can put in a lot of work, even though this is an enchanter meta right now. The biggest thing is you can't play Maokai like he's Leona. You can't play Maokai like he's Alistair. You need to go in, get your abilities off, cycle out, and then go back in as soon as your stuff's back up again. That's the trick with Maokai. You need to go in, go out. He's kind of a skirmisher in that effect. The response, though, is going to be Victor. What I do like what TFF is setting up, whether it's intentional or not, right? We've got Bullet Time, which is a great area denial ability. We've got the Twisted Advance, right, which is Maokai's, another another area denial ability. And a small thing that people forget about quite frequently is the saplings are so powerful. And then on top of that, we've got Victor's massive AoE, which means TFF is in a good position so far with their build here to take these objectives if they play their cards right. That sapling may not do a whole bunch of damage, but it is a free ward and it is free information. If we use it correctly in conjunction with everyone else, it'll be so nice.
I like it. On the other hand, though, you mentioned 3 really strong ultimates that layer on top of each other. But I mean, Silas can just hijack either one of those and also do just as much with it as well. So I'm curious to see how these last 2 picks are going to go for TFF. If that's going to be something in mind, or if they're going to continue layering on with kind of what it seems to be their own concept of a team fight composition to kind of match Monkey's composition as well.
Absolutely. And I do like the idea that we're keeping this in lockdown. It's something I want people to pay attention to. Even though these bans may not change a whole bunch, they will as it progresses, because some of these bans may not necessarily be targeted bans. They may be bans to save when you are on blue side, when you have those first picks. So maybe TFF is looking to hang on to that. Okay. So I was going to mention this. I'm a little bit out of the meta, so I wasn't sure, but Maokai is a flex pick, and we are in a bruiser meta when it comes to the jungle. So this is going to be Maokai jungle, who is just as powerful, and in my opinion has a lot more to play with. Maokai ganks are extremely irritating to deal with as soon as we have that ultimate to play with. So Rakan, MF in the bot lane, and I like this a lot better because Rakan can do some shenanigans when it comes to Leona going in and it comes to the rest of the team going in. I like Rakan more often when you have hook champions, because I think Rakan is a great place for hooks to go to die. But you can bait in Leona in a similar way if you time it correctly. It's just a larger margin of error.
Right. I think my my downside from Maokai, he's just not really comfortable in the support. He's also not as strong in the jungle. They're going to have to really rely on getting ahead here, as I think we are going to have Silas jungle for the side of Monkeys with Swain and mid and Sion. And now I really am concerned for Maokai, because Silas can really outduel Maokai and really kind of bully him out of his own jungle. If that is the way that it looks like it's going to be, it is a flex pick and it is going to be Shen there. And I don't know, man. Jungle made so much of a difference there. The ultimate means a lot from Maokai. Also, Twisted Advance is the ultimate, but his W is still a point and click, and he does become untargetable, and it is still a very issue. It's just the itemization isn't really there. You want frontline with him, so you want to build tank, but you also want AP damage. You want those saplings to hurt. You kind of want, when you go in, when you do CC and lock someone down, you want to do minimum a bit of damage. You want to do a little bit. Also, you want your passive, you want your sap magic to give you back a bit of extra health. It does scale off the AP. So I don't know. It's just, honestly, I think I would have preferred a Mumu there. But then it kind of wherein lies in where it's just a character where everybody knows what you're looking for, and it's a little simplistic. It's a little too simplistic for the complexity of where we're at right now. And I don't know, man. I feel like that's a glaring issue here for the side of TFF. Overall, I like everything else.
See, I'm actually going to take a different stance here. I like the Maokai a lot, and I'm definitely going to admit that I am a bit Maokai biased on my end. Not only do I like him as support, and I play him as support, but I also play him as jungle. And I don't think you necessarily need the damage. I think that sapling, that free ward, especially when it comes to jungle, even more so when it comes to jungle, is going to be so important. It's just going to depend on how we use it. TFF is going to have a whole bunch of free information at their fingertips if Maokai gets to these objectives beforehand. If he does go AP, then those saplings as you come in can be absolutely devastating, but I think it's perfectly fine to go tank here. I think we are set up to grab these objectives if we really want them, and if we play our cards right right? We have an insane amount of area denial, but that point and I want to kill you that Monkeys had previously is still in full effect here. Silas doubles down on that. Swain helps with that. Scion helps with that. There's so many tools for them to play with, and this is actually something I didn't expect. We've got a Scion in mid. I don't know if this is a new thing or if things have gone absolutely wacky.
So welcome to League. No, just big jokes. It is so right now with Scion, you really kind of just outscale the burst. You're really just focusing on farming Soul Furnace, and honestly, you know, these early levels can become quite vexing. But once you start getting the healths and you start stacking through Soul Furnace, that burst really doesn't matter, and you just kind of break through the mages with lethality. And it's kind of it works, you know, it works, but with you know, a lot of pressure from the jungle, you know, it can fall. Also, just being a split push threat later, Scion can safely kind of farm, not really have to deal with Victor's early game, and then kind of swap. Scion can then go against Shen, no issues. He's not really building MR, he's Scion, and he can still split push. Meanwhile, now you have Swain to deal with the team fight. So it just adds a layer of flexibility into Monkey's composition there. And overall, I kind of like it, and it's something we kind of missed onto it.
Well, and something I like too is if we're honing in on this, like, point at this person, want to die kind of thing. The nice thing is Scion's unstoppable onslaught, which is his ultimate, can just sort of be used in a pinpoint kind of way, right? Leona stuns someone inside river, and if Scion's paying attention, we can ult our way down there and knock it down, and we can layer that with change of corruption and everything else. Silas can go in there, you know, Swain can go in there. There's so much here to play with, but I think something we cannot forget about. Ooh, looking for a first little fight as McMittens goes in, but nothing really going to come from this. Is what I was talking about. Rakan doesn't care too much about getting caught, so that turns into a bit of a nothing burger. I know Leona really wants to go for that, and I think if you're going to go for anyone, go for the MF, but that is hard to go into because MF is a lot like Yunara. Yunara kind of wants people to walk into them, that way she can get her hits off easier, and MF is the same way. That Q is absolutely deadly to use in conjunction with that, and Varus is going to run out of poke mana here relatively soon, and Rakan does not care about the damage because he can just Q and pop it off. So I think this is in a really good spot here for MF. This combo is working a bit better. My brain's slowly coming on here for this one. Chai taking a bit of damage there in the top lane. It looks like we're starting our first little fight over our neutral objective over here. Oh, we did blow. I believe that was a flash. Yes, indeed. That's going to be a powerful tool out of Bread's wheelhouse as the sapling comes down to the other side. Leona going in, locking down the MF, trying to do a good chunk of damage. Grim doing the exact same thing as we're going to follow it up with Frosty, trying to lock that down as the flash does come through for Rakan and the heal. So that's a lot of abilities down, but the thing to note is Grim is dangerously low on mana, but it does look like we did get the neutral objective.
For sure. I mean, honestly, through everything. Oh, nice Hextech flash into the opener. He's going to be able to find a catch here.
Let's going in, taking us down to half HP. But just like I was talking about there, Huey, Grim's going to have a harder time coming up with this because he's pretty low on mana. Even though we keep going back in time and time again, MF is happy for you to go in on them, especially if we've got a tower to retreat to. Look at that damage. We lost those trades left and right, and a lot of it has to do with, imagine if we had 2 pokes there from Grim to follow it up. That would be different. He could have hit Adam, he could have hit Alone, but we just didn't have the mana, so I appreciate the thought process, and that's kind of the hard thing with Leona, is you really, really, really need to know when you can go in. Just because you have a good opportunity doesn't mean there's a good enough follow-up.
True, but also check onto the other side. Home Alone now is very low. Adam as well. So they have got to reset here. And Chrome Alone is unfortunately not going to be able to reset the entire wave there. They are going to risk themselves if they go for the entire push. And as you need to check down that bot, Grim will catch that right there. So we'll have a bit, has the tier as well too. And they match, so she will have the pickaxe. She will have a little bit of extra AD, but overall, they did everything that they could. They got the sums out. It should be a little bit easier to handle. Also, cleanse being taken off the board as well too. Once that 6 hits, those sums shouldn't be there, depending on cooldowns and all that, and how quick they're able to level, but able to pick up those extra creeps. That's definitely going to help them get there the right way quick. So I think that was the right way. They just weren't able to secure the kills as they wanted to. And now should be in a pretty decent spot to be ganked here as we do see Unique Frosty in the tri-bush. I don't think they know that it's warded either. He doesn't have flash. Oh, good escape there from Adam, but now Chrome alone is alone, taking a lot of damage there.
Half HP. That was a pretty good trade on that end, and that means this sets Monkeys up in a good position to go ahead and try to take this objective and push more and more of people out. Singular Bread has thrown down a couple of saplings for wards, but it really doesn't matter after Chrome Alone, sorry, goes down to about half HP. That really just sets things up for Monkeys, and if TFF cannot get a control of these objectives, I think that they're going to be in a bit of trouble, because I still feel very much so that their composition is great for fighting on these objectives, especially in the fact that we've got Chai to come in with his global ultimate and just absolutely turn these fights around immediately. He doesn't even need TP for that. So if we're able to lock down this Swain in top lane, we can still respond to a neutral objective if we can just get there in time. But one little mistake like that, one little toe out of line, is what Leona's love, is what Mittens is looking for to try to lock them down. Just that little bit of damage, and that's all it took.
And yeah, as we mentioned earlier there, that early game pressure allowed them to get to level 6 there. So now Grim is sitting at 6. You really can't push that advantage much further without ultimate. They are just they're almost there for it now. As we do check over onto the top side there, the ultimate going down on Maokai. He should be able to escape Cyclone low on mana.
Scion going in, looking for the damage as the Chains of Corruption come down on the bot side. Wee's taking a good chunk of damage. Singular Bread going back in, but he's not as tanky as you need to be as Silas goes in. Frosty gets a kill on that in. Unfortunately, nothing really happened on the bot side. Looks like we did get a little bit of a replay cam back there as we're just poking just a little bit. No Change of Corruption, but it does not matter because that's going to be really good. Silas getting his hands on some early gold is absolutely fantastic.
For sure. And also just going to be setting back Maokai, or excuse me, Bread just a bit. Overall, just going to get an assist there. Also in Scion, it was good. But it's only a step in the right direction as of right now. Nothing going to solidify anything just yet. But it's exactly what you're looking for. Voids are going to be spawned right now. I wonder what TFF's response is going to be. While as a excuse me.
It's all right, I understand words are absolutely difficult, but we're sitting about 8 minutes on the clock. 1-0 so far. 13K to about 12K so far. So nothing real crazy. Once again, I think the big point is that Silas having that early gold, because your jungler having that gold gives you a lot of versatility. And, you know, Singular Bread, I think, is struggling just a little bit. And I think Maokai is a little bit like Mundo, where Mundo likes to have a good chunk of gold. Mundo is a more extreme case on both ends, but Maokai still needs it to get up and going. And we're a little bit behind on CS plus the kill, so that's going to be hard to play with. But we do have our level 6, so that is something we can start playing with. We can start changing things up, and we do have Scion to respond, at least once the cooldown comes back.
Yeah, that definitely should change things for next Drake. Also, it takes 4 Drakes, you know. I think I like the call there to kind of not go crazy for the first one, kind of give up onto it. The advantage just wasn't there for the side of TFF. Now everyone leveled, everyone's 6. They should be able to layer it down and have this composition, the identity that they really were looking for through draft. Show it off in the next few minutes here. As Mittens finding a beautiful catch there.
Adam providing a lot of space there, keeping Grim off, going back in with the W, doing exactly how you should recon as the Solar comes in. Twisted Advance doing the exact same thing. We just barely managed to outspace it. This might keep ourselves alive as Grim. There's the bolt time getting it activated, trying to lock down Mittens. Mittens in danger, just 1 or 2 more shots. Can we lock it in? We go forward. Bread does pick up a kill, but that was a lot of resources down for 1 kill. However, it's still in their bag, and it puts the tempo just a little bit more back on their side. Shen gets a kill in top lane.
Yeah, no, across the map you get 2. You stabilize the gold there. You keep things even. Granted, you did use a lot of material there to get the kill, but overall, it's not the end of the world. You used your resources. You got what it is, but you did lose voids. Now with that, I don't know. How do you kill plus 3 assists? Does that really equal out to all 3 void grubs? I don't know. I don't really know, but at least you're kind of slowing down the bot lane. So again, I feel like this is where it is kind of where it was last game, but in reverse, where I felt monkeys weren't really getting enough, but they were able to reverse and bring it back. So let's see.
And there's still plenty of opportunities for things to happen in this game. We've got a lot of opportunities, and the further and further the game goes in, the more and more we get into the team fight phase, the more of these turrets go down, the more and more the dynamic of this game changes, because the lane phase is not the entirety of the game. Ooh, another Vector 100%. Once again. Rakan able to absorb some of this, but we're able to mitigate a good chunk of it with a Q and a shield. That's one of the reasons why Rakan can be so frustrating to deal with in game. But going back to the team fight phase, you know, this game could be completely different, because we have to get to the objectives. TFF have to get to the objectives, which means that monkeys are going to know exactly where they are at, and they can capitalize on that. And one of the biggest elements I want to see play here, and how it's supposed to boil down, is I want to see what Hunter does on this Swain in these team fights. I think that that is going to be pivotal to watch. Even if he isn't the flashiest in all of these fights, I think that it will make a difference. He has such a nice team fighting kit if we can just get in range.
Yeah, 100%. You also got to look at speaking of laning phase, you got to look at the lane. I might not be able to finish it, but you got to give it over to Grim ahead on here. They look for the catch here, but I think it's bait. As you see the solar flare landing.
Solar is blocking him back down. Charm taking so much damage, but here comes the Shin. This is going to quickly turn outnumbered, but we ran away, unfortunately. If Shin had just barely been able to get in range, there it is. That's exactly what I was talking about, that pinpoint ult from Sion. As Chai goes back in, he doesn't have a choice. The rest of the team to follow it up there. The bullet time is no longer here as we continue to lose our time. Mittens taking the lion's share of the damage, trying to keep his team alive. Wee's going to get caught inside the stun. Those AoEs just don't stop, but we might be just tanky enough to know we still go down anyways. What a cacophony of errors. That is really unfortunate and almost turned around for monkeys, but we saw this last time. We saw TFF take advantage of these early fights only for monkeys to turn around, and we're just going to go for the tower dive on Grim, and why not? Let's increase our lead. There's no reason not to, and now we have these plates that are free for us to grab.
Really nice play there. It was very back and forth, but that will stabilize the goal there for TFF. That will get kills all underneath the belt that is needed. 2-0 right there for the Shy as well, too. It was... Oh, we might get another one here.
He's looking for revenge, and I like this. Rakan knocks him up before we get the full effect here for it. Knocks up Chai. Chai comes back in. The Solar comes down, looking for that damage. Adam in a bit of trouble here. Here is Hunter. This is what I was talking about. Can we get in range? That's what's going to matter. There's going to be the Silas ultimate, stealing it from Maokai, locking down the Maokai, but we just don't have a lot of follow-up, unfortunately. That was a good opportunity, but just the timing wasn't there. We didn't have things up and going. Not sure if the caffeine's not flowing in our system yet, but we need to lock down the coordination, but it may not matter because we pushed everyone off, and we can get another Drake in our hands.
The pressure keeps allowing to find little bits and pieces here.
Shy.
For example, you are going to be able to get Shy, who just kind of didn't get the memo, realizing everyone had to kind of force back. Also, that pressure is what is giving Grim and the rest of the team this bit of a lane lead here, and it just keeps allowing them to get this little bit of macro here, where they have the 2 Drakes already, and now Cyclone kind of in trouble, nice forcing the flash out of there.
Honestly, I think we take those flashes. Silas getting that kill would have been absolutely scary. We've seen what Frosty can do with gold, so I don't blame him. That's what Flash is there for. And I think this is something that monkeys can play off of, right? Chai seems to do really, really well for their team, right? But they overstay just a little bit. I'm not ragging on that. I'm just saying that's something they can play off of. Flash forward into the lunge, trying to lock it down. This is going to be a dead Victor. Nice rotation by Mittens. Mittens seeming to be all over the map.
Unfortunately, they do grab Grim for the trade on the roam there. So you got to give it to TFF, keeping things even there. And overall, Chrome alone now 2-0-3, sneakily starting to catch up here. And at that 20 CS deficit now shrinking to just 3 as they get into a skirmish in the bot lane. But I think they will be able to get out and reset.
Absolutely. It's so tempting to go for Adam, and I don't want to shy away from Adam here when we're talking about the supports. And sure, Mittens is doing a fantastic job, but I think this is a really good recon. I think that Adam has done a very good job of absorbing so many different abilities and buying his team time, knocking up the Scion when he needs to, being exactly when and where he needs to, and just understanding how slippery of a support this is. And he's sitting at 0 and 5, right? He almost has 100% KP. Shelly gonna get smite. Ooh, we're gonna pop the ult there. That's not the worst thing. We do get the Shelly, I think, though, over time. Looks like the pink ward is good. Singular Bread is going to make out. So we're... Oh, no, we don't! We don't get it! Oh, that's frustrating!
Unless someone flashes forward, I don't think anyone's going to make it in time. Yep, unfortunate there. Able to secure it, though. Took it off, kept himself alive. But, yeah, couldn't actually secure the deal there.
And it looks like we're going with the AP Maokai, which I think is fine, but I'm not sure that fits Singular Bread's playstyle. Singular Bread seems to be very happy with going in for like some of this damage, and I just don't think Maokai has the output even on AP. Sure, we're going to have those powerful saplings that I agree with, but I think the saplings are just powerful on their own. I don't think they necessarily need damage. Sure, if you can nuke a team as they come in, that'll be fantastic, but that's not fitting his playstyle. Singular Bread isn't getting in there and setting up these saplings well before these objectives. He's just not able to get the time there for it. I think just being a beefcake, even with just a bit of damage, because even tank Maokai does a deceptive amount of damage and can be quite the pain to deal with. You don't necessarily need the AP, but it does look like we're throwing some tank items in there. Maybe we're going for a Thornmail here, I've got to imagine. I don't believe the vest builds anything else but Thornmail, but I'm a little bit out of the game.
Like I said, Maokai's just in a weird identity just through item optimization. And it's just really unfortunate. I love Maokai's kit, and I love Maokai overall. It's just a weird spot. Leandries, it's like, if you don't build Leandries, what do you really build for AP? You're looking for that little bit of burn when you add the CC. Again, and we touched on this a little earlier. It's just a little unfortunate. And again, I just felt like it's just a little bit of the issue. But the ultimate has been showing and been helping out a lot. It is 1,000 gold lead right now in Frosty. But with how well Bread plays, I would have just liked Bread to be in a more of a all-in character. As we saw on the Zane, he really showed off and really was there when the team needed them. I would have just liked them more in, I guess, in a carrier role in jungle. Maybe more of of a Diego, but we're gonna have to hold that as Adam looking in, finding a great entrance
getting
here.
A 3-man, all this bullet time comes in. Nature's Grass looking for the damage. We still have Twisted Advance. Twisted Advance is good. We've got the Q, locking Mittens on the other side as Chai. TP's in, knocking down one. The ADC going down. That's 2 kills in the pockets of TFF, looking at 4 to 8 at 18 minutes. A very solid lead so far for TFF, because it doesn't matter with Maokai. You don't need the kills. You just need to be there. And if you can just get 1 or 2 good ultimates off, it can turn a lot of this around.
Really nice work, but the first tower still going to go to the side of Monkeys there. A lot of resources being used into the bot lane here to kind of negate them and hold them back. But I don't know. 15 seconds left for Drake. I think Monkeys still have a lot of ultimates in their pocket here. So I don't know if it was the right call. I think it might have been executed just a little early, but we shall see once Drake comes up right now. Oh, Cyclone in trouble. That's going to be a catch.
Mittens finding these great grabs over and over and over. And even though sometimes there's not some follow-up, mostly they've been pretty good, and we've been able to lock people down. Absolutely. Our solars could have been better, but that's really just me nitpicking. Mittens is constantly looking for these great engagements, constantly looking for these people to sing out, and most importantly, they're playing with their team. They're playing with, more importantly, their team comp, and we're able to get Drake after Drake after Drake. Sure, we're down on kills, but I would argue that those Drakes are significantly more important than the kills.
100%. And also, what's giving the gold advantage there is the plates. What's getting the plates there easier for the team? Voids. It's been from the beginning. Monkeys have really kept a quiet hold on this game. It has been very back and forth, but it's what we saw earlier, where we saw TFF kind of feeling like they were in control, but Monkeys the entire time, has been in the wheel. The only difference was that TFF had these early Drakes. They don't have these 3 Drakes to kind of hold back onto. In the next 4 minutes, I'm not really sure what TFF's play is, as we've seen a great performance just overall on Monkeys. I gotta give it to Mac Mittens there. The CC layer of Doom here, every time Bullet Time has been landing, that Solar Flare matches back, stopping a lot of TFF damage there, allowing them to escape, or just only getting one of them dying instead of the multiple group. So it's 1,000 gold lead right now, 3 Drakes, 11 plates up. You have the Voids as well, too. Everything going your way. You were able to stop Rift. You're 1 Drake away to really kind of start putting the final nails in this coffin and securing a game, too.
Yeah, and something I want to note here is as the clock begins to tick further and further, we're sitting at 21 minutes right now. That gray screen is going to get more and more important. We're sitting at levels across the board. We've got level 14s now, I believe. Yeah, that looks to be our highest right now. 10 and 11 or 10 and 12 for the bot lane. So those gray screens are going to be so important, and more of those objectives. And the thing is, TFF does very, very well when they control the tempo, but the fact that we have that 3rd Drake, which means that when that 4th Drake comes up, the tempo is in the other side. Sylas was able to grab Adam's ultimate, which is not the best one, but it's not a bad one either. It does mean that Sylas is not only going to get a tiny amount of CC, but he's going to be able to get in there with a bit of movement speed as well, and just be able to buy themselves more time. And I don't think that's the worst thing. I think the problem to run into that is you need to time it around nature's grass. You need to time it around Singular Bread's ultimate there for that one. Mittens looking for opportunities to pull out these saplings, noticing that there is another objective up. We did lock down Adam, but I don't expect too much to happen for this. Adam has plenty of tools to get out of there. There it is, immediately getting out of there. Not really any issue. We have gone through the full rotation. I'm assuming the quests are already down, and that's why we are here. But this control from Mittens has been very, very solid, and same thing for Adam. I want to say that they're fighting at the same stage. We're looking for a gank over here. There it is. Sylas going in, trying to lock him down. Adam, however, has 2 escape abilities, as we do go in and lock them down, but it's just not going to be enough, and that's going to be 1 ultimate down. Adam is such a tricky target, and this is a great recon to watch, Huey.
It's really great to watch, Adam, but you got to really be focusing on this bot lane here. Wee's able to take down that split push, so yeah, you're able to survive, you're able to continue living. That apply pressure from the Monkeys aren't finding kills, but it's finding the macro, and it's finding what they need to continue getting this lead here. That 1,000 gold lead now advancing into 2,000, and surely but surely they keep finding ways to advance and hold TFF at bay.
Absolutely. And there's not a massive difference in gold. You know, we've already talked about the Drakes and how close we are to that, but we've only got about a 2K lead. So TFF has plenty of these opportunities, and what I like here is I think we've seen a little bit of shift here in Bread, and some of this has to do with the cooldown. But Bread has been more happy to throw these saplings down and to sort of lay the minefield before any of this happens. The biggest contender for this is can we bait out those saplings without taking a lot of damage? Frosty already went in there and took at least a healthy amount of damage, still ticking down right now, but we've got plenty of opportunities as we go back in, but it's just Adam. Remember, this is what Rakan likes to do. Even though this isn't a hook champion, Rakan is happy to take these abilities over and over. That's why we're playing forward, but it is a dangerous game. It is a gamble as multiple knockouts come in, as Adam gets locked down, as the solar lockdown on the other side. Nature's Grass coming in, bullet time to try to provide damage for the team. Mittens going down. Absolute back and forward. Shin is here. Try for the damage as Grim goes down. Another TP. But I think we might just be delivering ourselves into death. With so close there for that stun. Sion is here, but the objective is still not around. Maokai looking for an advantage, but the plant 2 safety. Chai back in. The fight's not ongoing. We're looking for that damage. Hunter going to get locked down. Plant there for a bit more damage, but we do not want the hate from the Sion or the Swain. That was a whole bunch of nothing, but still, we got a bunch more kills for TFF. Unfortunately, it just wasn't right around the objective timer, unless they're doing it right now. I can't see on the minimap.
The execution is just a little early on them. It is able to alleviate some of this gold lead, but now Chrome Alone is going to fall there. That is going to be their first death. But now Drake is up and MF is unavailable. United We Stand also gone. Tristan Advance also not there as well, as now we're going to watch Mac Mittens open up and try to find a lockdown. Lee's coming in as well.
Boom, Twisted Advance going in, trying to lock down the Scion. There's a massive stun there from the Victor. Knockups into knockups. The Scion goes back in. Lots of damage going back and forth. Leona getting nuked as Nature's Grass comes in once again, hitting 3, buying themselves a little bit of time, but we do not have the HP bars as TFF as Victor goes down. I think we just stayed just a tiny bit too long. I appreciated the idea, but the biggest thing with Maokai is we need to fight in and out. We need to be throwing these saplings down. We might have lost ourselves the soul, which is not worth the kills.
100% there, as we are watching the Ocean Soul get secured and whittled down there. It was looking good for TFF, but it happened twice here. It was the execution was just the trigger was pulled just a little too early. You were able to get optimal picks. You used your resources properly to get who was needed to fall, but Drake was still not up yet. You get the kills, but you can't get much more from it. You're not optimizing your picks, and it really shows here as the Monkeys are now ahead, has Soul. That's going to help Wee's split pushing option flow even more now.
Just not even taking any damage to Chai. Chai's already down to about half HP, and Wheeze is like, I don't even register you exist. We have that soul point. We have that Ocean Soul, right? We've got Scion with Ocean Soul. We've got Silas with Ocean Soul. We've got Wheeze. Swain with the Ocean Soul. We've got so many with this. This team was already really hard to kill, and the Ocean Soul just capitalizes on that. And once again, like I said, TFF needed to play for these objectives, and they did not. They had such a great team for these objectives. Rakan could have acted as a ward. We had those free saplings plus our regular wards. We have so many tools to play with. McMitten's going in, taking a bit of damage, but this shouldn't be a big issue. Adam should make it out relatively clean. I do like TFF deciding not to overcommit to this. They just need to buy their time. They just need to probe. You can use those sapling to probe. If we are going to go AP Maokai, and looks like we've got a decent amount of AP so far, you know, why not use that to our advantage? If we're going to sit inside bushes, if we're going to sit inside there, take what advantage you can, do what damage you can, and just continue to buy yourself time and get free warding.
Another issue I see for TFF here, which is unfortunate, there is a lot of sustain on this team, but there's not a lot of anti-heal. You got the Bramble, that's great, but I think that's the only anti-heal item on this side at TFF. And you have the Silas, you have the Swain, as well as the Ocean Soul passive. You're gonna have to kind of go into your pockets a little bit and spend a little more for that anti-heal. And anti-heal isn't the greatest right now. It's a hard situation to be. Meanwhile, you gotta send someone to deal with Wheeze, but you gotta send more than one person to deal with Wheeze. And Wheeze is just focusing and applying so much pressure in the bot lane. But if you send 2 people to bot, what does that give Monkeys? That gives them an open shot to go directly over to Baron, which you see Swain applying the pressure and just keeping the vision and choking them out from it, just trying to keep them at bay. But you do see Singular keeping and using the saplings to kind of apply pressure and damage there, but I don't think it's going to be enough to keep the vision that they need to keep their eyes on Baron.
I think at this point, TFF needs to recognize that, hey, we're not winning these fights, so either it is a coordination issue, it's a vision issue, you know, maybe we're just not on the tempo we need, or maybe we just cannot fight, you know, Monkeys right now, especially once they have that ability, or once they have that soul. So maybe the plan is we see Monkeys going for an objective, and, you know, we mash all our G.I. Joes on top of one thing. We try to lock down one person, whether it's the Scion or whoever it is. Scion sure is a tall order because we can TP out, we can ultimate out, but there's ways we can stop that. There's ways we can slow that. I believe even Rakan's knockup can stop the TP, but someone will have to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember exactly what all stops TP anymore at this point in the patches, but we need to start focusing our abilities or something on something. Take towers, take an objective, take something, you know, get that momentum back, because sometimes you need to play behind to get back ahead.
It's true, but the thing is, it's where do you put the resources here? You put the resources in style, like I mentioned, you then now don't have anyone bot lane. You try to apply it here, and now Scion's here.
TP coming in, Nature's Grass doing the exact same thing. Bullet time activating on two, but
Nice.
Scion does not care. He's going to walk directly up to Chrome alone. Grim already down to less than half HP. This is a 3v3, and so far not in the favor. Other side, there are two in the top lane. Adam takes a couple of hands. Wheeze has a whole bunch of damage. We got to remember the fact that we still have the soul point over here as Grim gets a little bit too close to the MF. Adam helps take him down. More damage. Wheeze over the wall, trying to lock him down. Frosty here for the damage. Q back into the other side of the TP comes in. Cyclone is here for the damage. TP is here, but can we catch the Scion? No, we can't. We can't even catch the Swain, but we got our hands on at least one kill. This is what I was talking about. Mash all your buttons, take down that tower, look for these fights. Exactly what we're doing. There it is. Lock him down. Take down Hunter if you can, but that's a tall order. We get it anyways. Nature's Grass coming in for more damage. Just able to lock things down. That's absolutely fantastic. TFF finding their moment, turning that fight around. What a great engagement. And we can take Baron, but these saplings gotta be even more important right here. Bread, don't forget about your vision. Swain or Scion could still come in and do some insane stuff, but it may not matter because Baron's already down to half HP. This is a lot of damage.
This is exactly what TFF needed. The fact that they bided their time. They found their moment of opportunity and they strike. The execution finally there on point, and with the objective available, they were able to get the picks on their targets and then rotate over to the objective. This is exactly what was needed to slow the momentum and start shifting things their way. As long as they can continue this momentum, they can definitely bring this game back. Only a minute left for Elder. Let's see what these guys can do and what the next gameplay is for the Monkeys.
Okay, so we've got a lot of opportunities here for Bread to play off their saplings, and I love this. We're leaning more and more into these by these moments, and I think this has given us so many opportunities. I've mentioned how important these are, and to see Bread make a change for that. Every one of these saplings going off, especially with the AP damage, is going to help. There's an important ability for Wheeze down. We're playing in the bush. We do have vision on it. Shy does need to be a little careful. We have been caught lacking just a couple of times, a little bit further away from our team, and this is going to be an important fight. Singular Bread, able to do a little bit damage, popping down a couple of Qs, but the healing is so much better on the other side. Cyclone is here. We're just not coordinated here for TFF. I think at this point, we just need to regroup and find something to happen or find someone to focus on. This is very, very awkward, and we still have Baron. Play off of Baron. Maybe stick in bot lane. Ooh, there it is. Nature's Grass trying to lock down Wheeze. Wheeze is going to get locked down. That's two over here as Frosty goes down about half HP, but Chrome alone is alone on his side. Mac Mittens goes in, but there's absolutely no follow-up. The bullet time comes in. Massive amount of damage, locking them down. Hunter there with the clock keeping himself alive. Mac Mittens trying to buy time for his team, but it's just not going to be enough. Scion Hunter activating that ultimate. We are fighting inside the Baron buff. This is not a good idea for Monkeys. Flash forward, twisted advance into the Q, back into the team. Damage on Chrome alone, locking more and more down. Grim running for his life. Wheeze trying to do the same thing, but this is a lot of hurt. This is a lot of cannons, and this is going to be 4 kills for TFF.
This is exactly, again, what TFF needed. And Monkeys had the right angle and the right idea to fight in River. Also, I think the call was right there, but the situation was different. Yes, Cyclone was out of position, but TFF has Baron buff. So once they got out of River, that Ocean Drake buff advantage that Monkeys had then shifted to the side of TFF, who had the Baron buff, and those enhanced minions did so much work there. Also, Chrome alone not being able to get caught out, played from the back, kept themselves alive. 8,000 left onto Drake. Let's see if they're going to be able to have a response back.
Another Nature's Grass coming in. This is not looking good for MKM. They're just really struggling here. There's so much damage here to deal with just with Shy. This is just 2 of the teams so far, and Mac Mittens is not an easy target, but we're absolutely chunking them. We've got plenty of time to get up, but it's so hard to get away between that damage and everything else. The coordination for TFF is doing absolutely fantastic. They have rallied around this Maokai. They have rallied around their team, and I mentioned how Chrome alone on MF, how MF is like Yunara. She wants you to play into her. If you're chasing an MF and you're chasing those Qs and you're chasing that bullet time, MF loves that, and we've seen so much damage off of those bullet times.
You saw Mac Mittens holding it down a lot, but a Dragon just going to do so much there, and yeah, look at that bullet time there.
The bullet time coming in. Looks like Chai's going all in for this one. There is going to be a Nature's Grass coming in. We're able to lock him down. That Scion getting nuked when he has that soul is absolutely insane. The gold lead is now firmly in the hand of TFF as objective after objective falls to them, and we cannot team fight this because we have the Elder Drake. However, we can overstay this. I do think TFF needs to get out of here. We got plenty of gold. We have the resets, and we're low on HP. This is the best time for it. Plus, we have plenty of wards here for it. Don't get caught up in something silly. Get out of there as quickly as you can. I don't think the kills are worth the risk.
You only have about a minute left onto the dragon buff there. They extended their gold. They up 4,000. That is almost a near 15,000 gold a shift just about there, which that is an insane flip. It would be a little bit bigger than game one right now. This is what they need to do, but they haven't closed out just yet. But items and everything else needed is in their pockets to tie up this series. They just have to do just a few. They are only a few steps away from being able to seal the deal. I don't know if you really wait for the Baron. Is the Baron needed to close out this game?
I would say so because I think the still point and click that person dies plus we can skirmish is pretty hard. The biggest thing that's stopping, because ideally, at least on paper, how this is supposed to go is if the fights are ongoing, the fights last longer than they should, MKM should be on top of that because of that soul. However, the biggest thing is the damage is constant, right? We're not backing off when we're running into Chrome, and when we do back off, it's just a little bit too much, and we're just sort of in this awkward, like, should we go in? Shouldn't we go in? We keep dying when we go in, but we also die when we don't go in. And then on top of that, we have all of these saplings just constantly coming down this bombardment over and over and over. And if Cyclone can get close and he can pop his ultimate, and he can pop, I believe it's his E, the slow field that he puts down that turns into a stun. If he can pop that down, you can absolutely destroy it. And Adam can follow that up, or Adam can start a lot of these fights. So this is a team comp that's pretty difficult to go into, even when it comes to the Scion. I think Chai has actually been the least MVP on his team, but he's still been doing quite well. Looking for the damage as the bullet time comes in. Unfortunately, not a great bullet time. They're trying to lock down Wheeze. There comes Nature's Grass, locking down the rest of the teams. The Mac Mittens goes in on Chrome alone, but it's just not going to be enough. Grim already down to so low HP as it gets taken. That's two down on the other side. An absolute sloppy fight for MKM, but not the same for TFF as Wheeze just cannot get along. This is a late game Scion, and we're nuking him. The damage is non-stop. Adam being chased, but it just doesn't matter. Chrome alone taking a couple of shots here. Might go down to the side, but it's just not going to be enough as Chai goes back in on Frosty. Couple of tower shots coming through, and I think our game is already over because there's only Scion here to defend the base, and we got 20 seconds on the clock, so maybe there's a hope for Monkeys.
That was, again, TFF finding the opportunity that they need to open up this game, finally finding the closeout here, which seemed kind of weird that how both games have gone down here. Beautiful ace there for TFF, closing it out with the towers as well too. Mac the only one up right now, trying to drop the solar flare, trying to keep things up as it goes down to 10 to 20. It's gone, nothing else left. GG's tying up the game. TFF bringing it back after the 4 drinks loss, securing that late game and just flipping that game completely on its head. 71,000 to 64,000. Overall, a great game. You can't ask for much more.
Absolutely, and we're sitting at 9 to 24. You already went over the gold. A lot of damage here on both sides. But I, honestly, like if I'm thinking of MVP for this one, I'm either gonna go. It's really hard. So while MF did an insane amount of damage, and I think was a key integral part of it, so much of the team played really well. We rallied as a team and we went around everything else, and just that's exactly what you need. But sometimes this is exactly what you see though too. This is game number 2. This is a lot of times when we warm up, and actually look at that damage on Shin. 41.5k damage on the Shin alone, and then 56k on the MF.
Yeah, 100%. It was all Chrome there. The positioning, even being focused down and having so much CC to have to handle, also having a just so low mobility on MF, really relying on the strut passive. You don't really have any dashes. You got cleanse, fantastic. Overall, just really dominant performance and able to bring it back for TFF, tying it 1-1 right now. With that being said, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get over into game number 3. Draft picks and predictions will be up soon. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Ember League, this has been an explosive and a fiery grand finals, to say the least. Monkeys taking the first game and looking clean to take the second, but TFF finding that resolve, bunkering down, and able to find a beautiful comeback there and able to tie up this series. It is a best of 5, so this third game is going to matter a lot. Momentum matters so much. We also mentioned gas and endurance. This is going to be a battle of wits and who's going to be able to outlast two. Again, if you're just tuning in, it is your boy Huey. With me, it's Korak, and it is Fearless. Fearless is going to matter so much here. We already are down 20 champions, and I cannot wait to see what gets picked here. As TFF going for the first ban here, it is going to be Viger. Let's see where Monkeys go for their first.
That's the first change up in our ban, but it does make sense because we've already got 20 already banned, and by the time this is done, we're gonna have 25 in total. Sorry, 30 in total. Math is hard. In total banned out. We're banning out the Caitlyn still. We've got an Akali here on the ban, and then another item of housekeeping is TFF is now on the blue side. Monkeys has elected to grab red side, which means they're going to be reacting to a lot of this, and we haven't seen how they fare with that. We haven't seen their counters and how they play with it. We're still keeping that Zen in our back pocket, or just away from Monkeys. Not sure. I feel like this would have been a good time to pull it out. Zen's a pretty safe pick to get your hands on. He's not hard to play unless we're just keeping it out of the hands. But either way, we're looking at our last couple of bans. Aurora seemed to be the exact same thing. So a decent amount of focus on mid. I'm not sure, and maybe Huey can enlighten me here just a little bit. I'm not sure where Akali's supposed to sit, because when Aatrox was very prevalent in top lane, Akali, especially in Cydo, was very, very common for a counter in the top lane, as weirdly as that sound, and it was very consistent. Not that Akali couldn't be good everywhere else, but that was the primary tool I saw her used at. I'm not sure where she's sitting right now, Huey.
So Akali is a flex pick, and it is more of a player bin for Monkey's top side, which that where there gives you the idea of where it goes. It goes into the top lane, can be flex for the mid, but like you mentioned, it's a great counter pick into the top lane. It's a great threat in the top lane overall. And it's just so, excuse me, not for Monkey's top side, for TFF's top side. My mistake there. But same thing. It is a huge issue in it's a skill check, and it's one of those characters that if you can't keep in check, they run rampant and they can shut down an entire lane. With that being said, we're gonna move over into the picks here. Smolder finally getting released out of these bans here, as we do see Akali, Aurora, and a Lulu for Monkey's first bans, as TFF takes the Caitlyn and the Xin with that Viger. And Monkey's going to take the Mel and follow it with the Nautilus. Again, looking for that heavy CC, pull the trigger, run them down, 5-man composition here. I like it. If it isn't broke, don't fix. I don't think there was really any issues that would cause any alert to really say, oh my gosh, we need to completely go back to square one and solve things. TFF just found really good opportunities in a dire situation and really just showed why they belong here in grand finals.
And I think this is the first weird pick I've seen from TFF that I'm not a real big fan of. Is we've got Alistar right now. I think Alistar is in a very strange spot. I still think he can be very, very solid. But the big thing right now we've got Alistar is when we picked this Alistar, we already saw that we have Mel, right? Mel is powerful on her own, but that solar snare, especially for Alistar, can make things really, really frustrating, because Alistar, you need to keep moving. You need to go in and get those stuns. There's plenty of things you need to do. And sure, maybe if you lock down the Mel, it might help, but like maybe you lock down the Mel and Mel stuns your entire team because they're going directly towards that. I feel like that sets you up. Either way, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but that is kind of precarious, I feel. Nautilus, this being, I believe, Mittens is Monkeys. Yes, Mittens playing Nautilus makes a lot of sense. They definitely have the wheelhouse for it. We saw what they could do on Leona. They're constantly looking for these opportunities, so that doesn't bother me whatsoever. We've got Gwen right here, and Gwen from our research still comes online like flip it on a switch at some point.
Yep.
Obviously, they need a little bit of that itemization going, especially that first item or two can make things absolutely game changing for I believe their Q. A top laner will have to correct me on that. I forget what specifically it goes off of. We're going to go from Gwen into the Dr. Mundo. If this is Dr. Mundo top, I'm a little bit happier that they're picking it into the Gwen instead of picking it blind, because one of my biggest pet peeves is picking Dr. Mundo blind, because Dr. Mundo oftentimes in the top lane is a little bit more of a surgical tool, because if you pick it first, there's so many counters that can really mess with him, especially because Dr. Mundo's entire kit is, I'm going to beat you to death with two things, a bunch of gold and my health bar. And if I don't get those things, it really makes me struggle.
Yeah, I like it. I think the thing is you're kind of sleeping a bit on the ally starters, the Unbreakable Will. Once we hit 6, CC really doesn't matter. I can kind of ignore who I need to. I can soak up some CC as well too, and kind of just go grab Mel and go knock her into the team. Also, it's a front line. The TFF really locking in on this. Don't worry, boys. We scale. Well, with the Smolder pick here, also with the Mundo, they might lose early, they may lose mid, but as long as they don't lose the game, they still have a chance to come back and take over. We've seen them do it before. They definitely can do it again. I like where they're building. I just want to see a little, I think a strong mage pick here would be nice. I don't think I want to see a full commit into the AD or real protect the smolder comp, because then that kind of then it makes it a little easy for monkeys to then kind of, all right, all we have to really focus is the smolder. Granted, it's a little easier to maneuver than MF than what we just saw. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm torn between it, and it looks like that is kind of what they're going, a full front line, protect the smolder comp here. Might even see a possible Karma or a Seraphine. Ooh, Seraphine going to be taken away from game 1, so not going to be able to be in the mid lane here. It's got to be someone shieldy. It's got maybe Karma, but I think Karma's not really it. That's not going to be a lot of damage for the side of TFF, and it looks like they're kind of struggling to figure out who to go for this mid pick, and it's going to be Hui. That fills the AP. That you have the front line, you have a lot of CC. You don't have the sustainability for Smolder. I would have really liked maybe a Lulu being banned, but I would have liked them maybe a Nami pick or something there.
See, I do like the angle here for Hui, because Hui, out of anyone when it comes to mid laners, I've seen more consistently, just with how their abilities work and how large their abilities are in these early objectives. I've seen Hui pick up triple kill after triple kill after triple kill after triple kill, that first or second dragon over and over and over. And even if we don't get it, that's still going to be a lot of damage to walk into. And I think Hui can bridge the gap to Smolder. I think that's one of the biggest things. Let Smolder build up those stacks. Let Hui do a lot of that early damage, and then you've got this very solid, heavy front line that we were talking about. And then we're gonna mop it up here with Jinx. So we've got Malphite and we've got Gwen. When I was up to date, Gwen was a phenomenal jungle and a phenomenal top laner, and it really just depended on what the team comp was going for. I personally like Gwen a little bit better in the jungle, in my opinion, just because it gives her more time to hit that level 6, to get that itemization and not really have to worry about an insane amount of harassment. But, you know, I think Malphite can still do a decent jungle too, and I think there's few things that are scarier than a Malphite ulting from the bush to come murder you.
No, for sure. Honestly, with the previous patches, Malphite getting buffed to be in the jungle, it is somewhat slightly of a flex pick. Also, with the Gwen being just flexible in jungle and top and doing well in both. So I like where they went with it, and we do get our answer here. It is going to be Frosty piloting Gwen in the jungle. It is going to be Malphite in top against Shy. I like Shy on the top bench. I always am down for unbenched again. I'm excited to see what Shy brings to the table in that top lane with the Big Frog Singular going to be taking Mundo into the jungle. I wonder how that's going to go down against Frosty. We is going to be in the mid lane. I think we were thinking Mel going to be in the bot lane, bullying Adam a little more, but it is going to be Grim and Nautilus, a little more of a convenient, conventional duo in the bot lane. I like that a lot more, but we still have that don't worry, boys, we scale, and we have a massive front line. on the side of TFF to deal with on the side of Monkeys.
Absolutely. We've got something to look forward to in the mid to late game in the hands of Smolder. Like I said, we've got that bridge gapping here with Cyclone on that end. We've got Malphite in order to do a decent amount of damage. You can't forget about Gwyn. What I like about both Gwyn and Malphite working together is it's such a nasty little combo between the two. It doesn't seem like it is, but their AoE sort of like abilities that they really pair well with each other. And, you know, the ultimate coming in for Hunter is going to give Frosty even more opportunities to deal damage. It's going to slow people down, and I think it's just going to be a really, really great combination. I think I really like the idea of Frosty on Gwyn. I think that fits their play style to a lot of different degrees. The thing I think that might be a little bit of a game changer in this early game is just seeing how Singular Bread navigates Mundo in the early game, because both Mundo and Gwyn want a little bit of time to get those specific items to come online. But I think Mundo has a bit of an earlier chance when it comes to the jungle Mundo specifically, because it doesn't sound like it, but throwing that briefcase, getting that Q out can really do a lot. Even if you just come in and throw a Q or two and then bounce out, that can change the dynamic of the lane. And you can just do that after you go for some of the neutral objectives and then back off.
Yeah, I honestly think Gwen also has the faster clear, so they should be able to come out for a gank faster. But once you get those scales going, ooh, Adam finding a pretty decent trade there in the bot lane. Love this split view here, as we do see Hunter having the health advantage, but not in the terms of mana, but in a decent spot nevertheless. As we head over to the mid lane, it is going to be first blood on to the side of Mel, who I'm honestly surprised there won that duel, as we saw a Cyclone ahead, as we now see Grim finally finding Singular Bread, able to locate where the enemy jungler is, going to be able to give that information to Weeze and let them know that they'll be able to clear that wave, push it forward, and head back. TP going to be used there for Cyclone to catch that wave, looking to try to find a little something there in mid, but I don't think they are in range for anything.
And I think this is kind of the danger when it comes to playing Hui. Ooh, Adam looking for engagement, going to lock down McMittens. McMittens taking a bit of damage, but can we lock them down? Looks like Hook to safety as the heal comes, but stun after stun, locking him down. This should be an easy kill. Yes, indeed. It's not first blood, but we have tied up the score 1-1. I did mention how important those Qs from Singular Bread were going to be, and that's all it really took. Dr. Muno didn't need to do a whole bunch there. Adam really did the heavy lifting, and then, of course, Chrome did the damage. So that's very, very solid work for them and keeping the tempo back and forth. And I really like this. The fact that both these teams have made it to the grand finals, I think this is a relatively even match. Like I said this in game number 1, and I'll probably say it again, but like this could still go either way, especially the further and further the pools get and the longer we play.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be a bloody one. We're most likely getting to a game 5 here. It's just the back and forth between both teams. It really just kind of shows the skill between both of them here. As we do see Unique Frosty, I think was able to secure that camp there. Cyclone on the rotate as well here, but here's Weeze as well too. It's a 3v2 situation.
Okay, Weeze blowing that E is really detrimental. We don't have that stun anymore. Cyclone now left by himself. However, it looks like we're getting a little bit of damage here for Chai as Chai goes in, and things are not looking good as Weeze goes down again. That early damage on Hui cannot be underestimated, but the coordination for TFF, once again, their comms must be absolutely fantastic. They're right on point. They're calling stuff out beforehand. There's no way they would have made it in time without the proper call-in. So I think that's going to be a key element to them. If TFF can maintain this, Monkeys is going to really, really struggle.
That Adam rotation was fantastic there. They might catch Chrome here off the hook. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
More like on the hook, but he did go down on half HP, so that's an easy engagement. That's an easy win. There's no reason not to take that. Jinx struggling a little bit to get up on here. Something I want to note is we're picking up plenty of stacks here on Chrome alone, just with a lot of this autoing, a lot of this back and forward. Grim struggling to dish it out. And something I also want to dive into is while Grim has been playing really, really well, I think Chrome alone is slightly better in the ADC front, or it just looks like it because of their support, because of their team. Not necessarily like specifically their support as an Adams. Not that Adams playing well. However, we're going to pick up a Q. Ooh, had to blow a flash there, but we're still alive. Building more stacks as we go down by half HP. Dr. Mundo is here. Grim maybe overstaying their weapon as the Q comes in. Yes, indeed. We're going to blow a flash as well, and we just barely managed to escape, but it does count as more damage comes in. Cyclone might be looking for the damage over the other side, and we do not see it coming, but we did not see with the other one. We are backing in the bush. I'm not sure this is the best idea. We're going to turn this into a fight as Gwen goes in, but once again, we're overcommitting here for Monkeys. Is not what he wants. McMitten's able to escape with just a Ladybug's worth of HP. Frosty over the side, and we just do not get it. Adam definitely could dive this with a little bit of help there, especially if McMittens continues to run. It would be an easy kill, but no, Cyclone got it. Okay, that's super worth it then.
Yeah, we're just gonna walk on through, take 2 shots. It was looking very hectic and could have been a worse situation, but TFF still coming out on top there. A 1.7k gold lead already, 6 minutes in, 4-1. Drake is already spawning, but I think the gold's going to be spent first before they set their sights onto it. But overall, this is what TFF needs to be looking for in Game 3. You want to solidify your lead as soon as possible and try to secure this game as quick as possible, especially having the scaling comp. If you're able to get through the early game, which in theory is your hardest point, then late game is going to be that much easier for you to handle. As yet, we see TFF set right over to Drake, secure it easily. No contest or vision there for Monkeys. Right now, TFF looking clean right now and looking fully optimized.
And something I want to say is the team seems to be continuing to rally around Singular Bread. It really kicked off with the Maokai, and I think it's even doing better on Dr. Mundo. And now Dr. Mundo has what he wants. He's got a bit of gold in his pocket, and he's building that health bar. He's doing exactly what Dr. Mundo wants to do.
Now, somehow, though, these sneaky kills on Weez, able to get another one again onto Cyclone, kind of holding him back. The rotation's helping them, but it's pocket change right now compared to what TFF has been doing overall across the map.
Well, and it's nice to see that dynamic there between Weez. I think Weez has not been a player that's been slacking whatsoever. And Mel is one of those ones that does an insane amount. One of the biggest things, one of the big indicators, I think, on how these fights will go is paying attention to Weez specifically. And if they miss that E, if they miss that solar snare, that's such a powerful, powerful ability that I think people forget about. Not that the rest of Mel's kit isn't powerful. She absolutely can nuke you. But I think that's a key indicator to sort of lead you into how this might go. Cyclone, I think, will do a bit better in the team fights if that E doesn't land really, really smoothly.
Yeah, a 2-3 man E from Weez can spell big trouble there. Could be a really big setup there to layer on Hunter's ultimate or McMittens as well too. We're not even including Frosty being in this situation or Grim. So yeah, that can definitely change the pace for sure. And as long as they keep the gold somewhat close, they should be able to have the damage afterwards. Because honestly, you may have the CC to layer on and be able to lock in for it, but if you don't have the damage after, then really what's the point?
And I think that's a good point to bring up too, is like we can get in there, we can make all these massive engagements happen, but if we have no way to absolutely execute things, I think it's going to be really, really important. Another Solar Snare coming in. Weez very, very comfortable with this matchup and this champion, so I do understand why he made this all the way to Game 3. However, it looks like we're going to activate a little bit of trap. It looks like Grim was beside himself, but they absolutely fooled him as Hook and Ultimate come in, locking down the Smolder. Smolder going to fall to pieces. That's going to be a first reset, looking for the second one on Adam. Adam going down by half HP, but that cow has a lot of beef as the Hook comes in, but it's just there to delay the cow from getting outside of that. However, those little micro wins like that, especially on a Jinx, if we can get this Jinx fed and we can get this Jinx resetting and resetting and resetting, TFF might be in trouble. Smolder may not be allowed to get to late game, and Jinx is really great at doing exactly that. And there's a plate right there, so we're going to have a very, very healthy back.
It's true. Meanwhile, on the top side there, TFF is going to secure the Void Grubs, realizing the jungler is on the bot lane. I don't think there's going to be a response afterwards there. But yeah, that's the little bit that they need. As long as Weez and Grim can continue winning these small victories here, they definitely can bring it back around second, third Drake once the team combines and starts looking for fights like that.
And something I want to highlight here now that we're about almost 11 minutes in the game is look at the CS, right? The Kench is truly benching, the Hunter here in
Oh
this
yeah,
one. His CS is phenomenal, right? 30 CS is still about 1 kill. So technically he's about 60 CS or 2 kills ahead. However you want to phrase that, that's about how the math adds up. That's about 1,000 gold lead. So he's sitting very pretty. However, he might lose it here if Gwen decides to come around, which wouldn't be the worst thing. However, Chai is playing quite the slippery toad. But looks like we're gonna stop it immediately as Hunter had just enough ultimate, or just enough mana for his ultimate. The fight continuing. Chai faring not too bad on his own. He's going to blow a flash and try to keep himself alive. That Q, that lifesteal doing so much. He's able to eat the Gwen, keep himself alive, fighting the Hunter, but ultimately he gets taken down, and the shutdown gold is going to go to Gwen, and I'm perfectly happy with Frosty able to grab that, but that was a really good fight despite the fact that Chai was so outnumbered right there.
That was extremely close there, to say the least. But we're might have to hold that thought. We do see the 4-man rotation onto the bot lane. It was almost Shy's fight there, but that shutdown is going to help stabilize the gold for the side of Monkeys and make things even here. Overall, though, TFF still has the lead in terms of macro having the Voids and the Drake. With that being said, let's see what happens once this next Drake spawns. It is going to be spawning momentarily. I think this 3-man, 4-man dive is still on the menu here. They do not have any vision of their... I think they're going to check that, and you kind of have to. You know Drake is up. Let's see what they do here. I think TFF is just going to take the option to just go for the Drake instead of waiting for the fight. They know they have the vision control there. You can see all the control wards. They know they're not sitting on anything. I'm pretty sure it's almost not unaware. I think Monkeys are no, but it's more of a give right now. Trying to play a little bit of catch up here.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily blame Monkeys for giving that up. I think that they want to keep in this wheelhouse. They want to play with what they know they can win with some of these fights. I do think they had the advantage, but they definitely did not have the vision, which really can change a lot of those fights. Right. The pink wards from TFF have been very, very solid, and I think that's something they're also coordinating too. And it may not seem like a big thing, but keeping your hands on a couple of those pink wards really can make a difference. Like ADCs, like so many ADCs are so afraid to buy these pink wards, and I think that it is a poor decision. Maybe when you're at like the T1 level, you don't necessarily need to worry about it as much as the ADC, but I think this is the appropriate level for if you've got the opportunity to get your hands on a pink ward. And I think it just depends on the season, on the meta, on how, for example, the pros would buy pinks on the ADC specifically. But Smolder has been keeping them on those, and those did grant them that objective, being able to have 2 pinks there, absolutely limiting the vision. And TFF's done a really good job, I think, with the vision score across the board.
Yeah, for sure. You saw it. If I wish we had replay there, you were able to see where the vision was. It was 2 controls in tri-bushes there. They knew for sure that they weren't sitting on any wards. They also knew the pit was clear as well too. So it was just a great, again, execution and communication call from the side of TFF. They knew that they had it clear. They went directly for it. Also, from the side of Monkeys, it's just a risk to go and check. You know you want to, but, you know, every bush has 5 people in it, and they've played that very well. They didn't check into it, and they did as best as they could in the situation. In the situation they were given. As we see Chai going for an engage there, Hunter getting stuck there on the minions. We love that riot code.
Well, and something I want to highlight too is like, so not only is TFF grabbing their hands on a decent amount of kills, 2 Drakes so far, everything they do right now is buying them time for Smolder to come online. And not only that, you know, Tom Kitch seems to be doing relatively consistent, seems to be doing really, really well. I was worried about it, but, you know, I haven't seen Kinch in top lane, so I kind of feel like I've gone back in time. McMitten's going there for kind of an aggressive ward, going to run directly into the other supports. We have plenty to get out of that, so it's not the biggest thing. But going back to this like ticking time clock here when it comes to TFF, you know, Smolder's got more and more time to come online. You know, at some point, Dr. Mundo is going to be hard to deal with, especially even if you leave him alone for him to get towers. Even jungle Dr. Mundo is absolutely perfect at taking down towers. Very, very solid for dealing with that. And then we got Tom Kinch, we got Alistair. Yeah, we're building those stacks, and we're just going to do an insane amount. So I think there's a bit of pressure on Monkeys to end this this sooner rather than later. I think if you get significantly later, Smolder has a bit of trouble, but the biggest thing I'm worried about is a good chunk of the damage is going to come from that Jinx. The Cyclone maybe a little bit of trouble, but might actually bait that up. But look how much damage Weeze did just by passing. That's absolutely silly. So Mel is still just as silly as she used to be. That's nice to see. But I think the like super late game and the mid late game ish. I think that we're gonna have to start worrying about Grim, because once we get those full stacks on Smolder, there's not gonna be a lot of safe places for Jinx to stand and deal the damage.
Right, and as you can see, he's stacking relatively well at 118 right now. Overall, we do see the gank in the top side here, as Singular looking forward there, going to thread the needle. Frosty looking good, but Bread going to have to crank the ult there. Stonks are still up. They are healthy, but I think they're going to reconsider their options there with the recall.
And now taking a look at the CS, we still got about a 30 CS lead on top of Kench. It's about 140 to 110-ish. Looks like the junglers have tied up just about, so that they're doing fairly even back and forward. One of the biggest differences right now is this Weeze is Mel, specifically 1.6k, a lot of CS, a lot of kills, doing really happy with this. Smolder also being behind on gold by about 1.1k, I think is going to be a bit of a danger to deal with, but Smolder, once again, still building stacks, and their CSing isn't the worst. Losing these plates has got to bite, so I do think we've done a really good job of this, you know, with Mac Mittens here. Grim feels very comfortable walking into sort of unknown areas, especially with how many times Brett has come in, but I don't think they've let him down. Chai going in for a little bit of gank. It looks like we did deploy Shelly into the top lane, as Weeze did a really great rotate, and we ult over the wall, taking him down. That's going to be really unfortunate for Tahm Kench, and a great rotation by Weeze, and this is something that I want to see more of Monkeys doing. I want to see them rotate and have the same sort of coordination that TFF did. Next Drake is up. This should be interesting.
Yeah, it is a bit of a back and forth between the two, but I think Grim is ready, has the damages there. Going to be a little bit of a whiff here on the side of TFF. They are going to secure the scuttle, though, for the side
Solar
of
snare
Monkeys.
down
This
as
might not be the
Brett
fight.
taking damage, going absolutely down as Adam is in the back line, getting absolutely smashed, having a flash over the wall. This Drake immediately switching to the other side. Cyclone in danger. Hunter looking for the damage, and that's 3 ults for TFF blown just to make it out of that fight, just to lose the Drake and to lose a kill. That's really frustrating, and that's great plays on the other side. Weeze having to flash away to get rid of Tahm Kench, having to pop down a stun right there at the end. I like this. Monkeys need to keep up that exact kind of style. They knew what was up and they knew what was down.
They had the gold difference, and in terms of items, and just right now stats, they're in the lead in terms of stats.
Solid
they
hook.
do find a hook there
Solar
on the
snare.
side. Wee's very low, though. He has to be careful.
Cyclone almost getting a kill there, so that just half a step forward would have netted Cyclone a kill. As we're looking at this more and more, it's only about a 2k lead despite all of this fighting. I would have thought that we were further away. McMitten's going in, but I don't think Chai needs to worry about this too much. Chai, Tahm Kench is still very much so Tahm Kench. Has not really changed too much. They seem to be doing a little bit better. I'm guessing assume item. We can die here, but we've got the shield. Maybe we're overstaying our welcome. We don't have a lot of support, but I think the idea for this is to buy time for this tower, but maybe it won't matter if we get taken down. Anyways, let's shield still coming in clutch, but Chai needs to get out of there. I think he's bought plenty of time for the mid lane.
Hopefully it is enough. They just didn't want to lose the mid lane in terms just without really any contest there, as Singular Bread is going to be able to make it. That Rocket was looking for a Chai, but he does make it back home safely. As we do check the tails of the tape here for the top side, and it's pretty even so far. Just the KDA slightly going to the edge from the side of Hunter, but both top laners really just kind of going up, doing what's needed, being that front line, and just soaking up a lot of damage for the rest of their team. So it's really down to who can execute it better, and all time will tell. As we do see, it looks like Monkeys are going to start looking for a siege in the mid lane here.
We're trying to bait out a fight. It looks like Grim has sort of been left here to their own devices, running directly into Tom Kench, but it looks like it is. Here we go. We're going to get Nautilus coming in on the other side. Mother going to get called down, doing a decent amount of damage to Grim, but not taking them out just quite enough. There's going to be chains on Adam as Adam able to get a two-man knock-up, knocking Wheeze the damage back into the other side, as Waze able to do a good chunk on the other end. Frosty able to buy a little more time for his team as we do get managed one reset so far. Grim in a good position. If we can just get one or two more resets, that's a double kill on top of the Jinx. Grim doing a good chunk of damage. If we could just lock them down, going down to Frosty, as it looks like the Malphite was 1v2ing that entire time, allowing Grim to chop down the tree. That was TFF.
It looks good right there. The double proc of the excitement there. Oh, they should have allowed Grim to get the auto there, but I think they were just a little concerned. They wanted to secure and make sure that they got the the tower there. But you gotta give it to Grim. The focus was really there. It looked like they were going to die about 2-3 times, but were able to reposition. Also, to we mentioned on Adam, on the Alistar, he's just going to be able to ignore the CC, walk over and pick someone over and knock them over. We saw what happened to Wheeze, and so being able to take a priority pick like that and a lot of the damage from the side of Monkeys, and for them to still win, that's got to feel pretty good on their side.
Absolutely, and now we're sitting at about a 3.6k lead. We've got our hands on one Drake. Next Drake should be coming up here not too long away, so that's something we can start playing off of, and it looks like that's exactly what we're doing, putting these wards down, clearing out Vision, sort of turning the tables, because the Vision, I think, has been much better on TFF, and I think Monkeys has identified that and is trying the best they can in order to turn that around. But, you know, TFF is no slouch so far. We've got plenty of sweepers, we've got plenty of peak wards that we continue to play with, so that's not too surprising. The Vision score, I think, has been consistently higher on Adam, which is not necessarily a one-for-one for the wards themselves. It's also for the wards you kill and who you see in the placement for it, but it has been consistently better on Adam from what I can tell. You know, but Monkeys is still in a very, very great spot. And one of the biggest things that they're doing is they're playing off of Jinx, which is exactly what they need to. Jinx sort of sets up the rest of the team. Wheeze does a surprisingly insane amount of damage and should continue to do that damage. And everything's just going to buy time until Smolder gets that, what is it, 225 stacks? He's sitting at 194 right now, I believe.
Yeah, he's almost there. It is a 3,000 gold lead. It's not the end of the world. It is a strong lead, but it's still on TFF to bring this back. They are ahead in terms of Drakes. They are even in plates. The Void spawns are also going to help them push as well too. And speaking of which, the Drake is spawned here, and it looks like the Monkeys are ready and prepped for this one. And I don't think that they will have a response here from the side of TFF.
And I don't really think they can. You know, they left Monkeys alone too long in order to get their hands on another Infernal, and there's too many wards down on the other side. Monkeys, like I said, is doing consistently better on getting this Vision dominance like they should. And I think TFF is blowing some of their sweepers and some of their pinks just a tiny bit too early, and I think it's biting them bad. You know, plus their macro when it comes to backing has just been a little bit off in these last couple of ones. Those things are really nitpicky, but I think in a best of 5 series, little stuff like that will begin to stack up, and it will not stop. And so far, Monkeys is capitalizing on those exact mistakes.
No, 100%. And you guys always got to remember, once the soul is secured on the map, it then helps and you get the stack. So instead of getting a stack here from Cloud, a stack here onto Chemdrake, you get 2 Infernals. And if it continues going the way, they're going to get 4+ soul. And that's just going to help that damage come out even more, and especially for people like Malphite and Nautilus, who really don't do damage. Speaking of damage right now, Adam in trouble.
Adam having a hard time getting away. We are going to pop the plant to safety, and there's Singler Bread there for the help. We did blow an ultimate, but that's not the worst thing that can happen. Alistair's ultimate, it doesn't take 16 years, but it being down is something that we can play off of. And now if we're looking at Smolder, Smolder has hit that 225 stacks. So if they play their cards right and they continue to protect this Smolder and they play around Smolder and Cyclone, I think that there is an opportunity for them to start turning around, but they have a narrow window. If Jinx continues to get fed and continue to be relatively untouched, because we're 3-0 right now on Jinx. We've got 249 CS, so we're keeping up. We got a 1.8k lead. If I am TFF, I'm going to be looking for angles to lock down that Jinx, and I think Chai has tried that a good amount, but I think what the biggest thing we need to work with is Chai, Cyclone, and From Alone need to work together to take down that Jinx while everyone else keeps the rest busy.
Yeah, I think that is really going to be the right call and the right play. It's just going to be a matter of execution and if they're going to be able to do it. Right now, it's just kind of a freeze and a kind of a frozen situation on both ends. No one really wanting to pull the trigger and risk it while we're only about 2 minutes away. You do see the machete land on to Mac Mittens there. It does do a decent amount of damage, so it's not too far away. They will get the spell shield, but it should be back before any time that is really needed off that spell shield to be online.
Well, and something to note here, too, is the T1 in mid lane is down for TFF while the top lane is going as well. So the macro has continued to get better and better on Monkey. So coming in as McMittens does a good chunk of damage. Brett able to absorb a lot of shots. McMittens taking a whole bunch as Mother gets called in. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough for any sort of execute. That's really, really unfortunate. The Q going directly on Grim. Why are you going for this? Protect your Jinx. Your Jinx is most of your team. Wheeze is here as Monkeys is absolutely separated. If we're going to make something happen, now is the best time. Trying to lock down Magmittens, but that's too much beef to go with. The Solar coming in, locking down Bread, but that could have gotten really, really sketchy quickly. I'm not sure why you just left Grim alone. That if Grim had fallen apart, that would have been very spicy.
Yeah, there was the opportunity that TFF needed, but they will be able to pick up the mid lane. They will stop the Dragon approach here as well, too. As now we're going to see if Monkeys will have a response back here.
TP in.
As we see Chai looking for the run. Unstoppable Force. Gonna whip
blew the
there.
Malphite ultimate. Really, really unfortunate not having that ability out and ready to go. The advantage for Monkeys was lost, and I think we lost a little bit more of advantage. Maokai not having that ultimate is a key, not just engagement starter, but it's a good counter engage across the board. What's going to matter next here, I think, is going to be the positioning for Grim. I think we know how deadly Grim is. We cannot forget Wheeze, but I think Grim is going to be the primary target for a lot of these things, or at least they should be. Adam going in, Adam getting pulled back in, going to get absolutely melted as Wheeze, and Grim able to do a good chunk. Chai going in, trying to lock down Wheeze. Might be just enough. Yes, indeed, we do get a kill. That could be enough to turn things around. Dr. Mundo Singular Bread is here. Mother, unfortunately, gonna miss. Way, trying to lock down the damage. Hunter getting absolutely melted. Just 1 or 2 more shots are all gonna take. However, Jinx is absolutely hammering the back line, getting kill after kill. Gwen doing the exact same thing. Frosty, and that is gonna be a triple kill on Frosty. Looking absolutely insane. And now Baron is on the table. Well, once again, the bodies are on the floor.
Really, really well played performance. What started that fight and ended it, and what ruined it for the side of TFF was Adam starting that engage, opening onto Mac Mittens, not being able to find the target that he wanted was either Weezer or Grim, and that just was the first domino for it to fall. It did look like the pick was going to be nice for them. Oh my gosh. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. And we just watched Grim just continue to get excited and just overtake where Chrome should be right now ahead. And as long as they continue this, they should be able to keep this game on their side. But it's still anyone's game right now. But Monkeys having a strong performance and a strong lead here.
Well, and we are 1 or 2 mistakes away from costing the game one way or another because we're sitting at almost 30 minutes. That gray screen is continuing to scale. Another Infernal Drink falling to Monkeys, which is just going to make Mel and Gwen and everyone else absolutely insane because, Gwen picking up 3 kills, Frosty specifically picking up 3 kills is going to help them out a lot. Not only does Grim have a lot of gold, not only does Wheeze have a lot of gold, but now so does Frosty. So they don't have all their eggs in one basket. So if someone gets locked down, it's going to be harder to lock down Monkeys as a whole because we have so much to play with, and the coordination has just been a little bit better now on Monkeys. It's been shifting back and forth. TFF is doing better than they did in game 1 and game 2, but I think Monkeys is slowly catching up.
Oh yeah, and right now with this triple Infernal stack, it's going to be doing a lot more damage overall. And if they're not able to lock down onto Wheeze and onto Grim here, it's going to be that much harder for TFF to keep a Chrome alive and find themselves, to find themselves back into this game.
Yeah, and the other nice thing is I actually thought we took this top lane. So I mean, I guess it's a good thing that we didn't for TFF, that we weren't able to get our hands on, and the fact that we have not taken Baron, because I gotta imagine if we got our hands on Baron, a lot more of these towers would be way under threat.
Oh, yeah.
And we haven't spent an insane amount on the towers, just sort of in general, right? So the T1 in top lane and in mid lane for red side is down, and it looks like the T1s in mid lane and in bot lane are down for TFF. So we're pretty even on towers. The biggest difference being right now gold, kills, and most importantly those drakes. And we've talked to death about the tempo change that you can force with soul, but we've also seen people lose with soul. Like we saw a whole bunch of tanks lose with ocean soul, which I did not have on my bingo card.
Yeah, no, honestly, I just feel that just kind of shows again where we are in terms in terms of rank. We're kind of almost at the tippy top, but again, we're still at the point where we make mistakes, and it's not a surefire guarantee when you have the tools to success that you are going to execute it properly. Also, you have windows of opportunity in this game of League. Sometimes, especially around where we are, you kind of forget that. You get very comfortable and you kind of just go a little stagnant, and by the time you realize it, it's already too late to do anything about it, and things happen. But right now, I think Monkey kind of realizes that, TFF as well too, and both teams have kind of come down and really just executing both very well. Right now, Monkey's just finding things just a little easier for them right now in this game, but it's still not done, and it's still a toss-up right now. Even if Monkeys are able to grab this one, I can't say for sure that they're going to be able to run away with this. It's still just such a close game on both ends.
Yeah, and I'm going to continue to harp on this gray screen, because I think that it's going to be so important, because we're just one or two mistakes. And sort of to double back to that, because we have a lot of beef, right? So we got 3-4 members of TFF that have a lot of HP to play with, a lot of leeway to sort of get out of some of these fights and objectives and whatnot. That's going to be something that's really important. However, when it comes to the Drake, Smolder can only scale so much. He's not like Scion. He doesn't infinitely scale. I'm pretty sure after 255 or 225, his stacks don't do an insane amount for him. He's already got the execute. He's already got everything else built up. So he does have a cap at some point that he hits. And one of the ways to automate that, and one of the ways to change that, fight kicking off, as Mittens taking so much damage, taking a whole bunch of that. We are going to able to hook 2 safety TP coming in. However, Wheeze is isolated and by yourself. That's not what you want to do. As we flash to the other side, Adam able to absorb so many shots. There's going to be the first little reset as Frosty goes in, able to absolutely knock down the competition. Able to get down Grim, able to do a whole bunch on his own as Dr. Mundo 1v2 is trying to fight this one, as it's going to be Frosty versus the other side. Wheeze in danger as Chai just doesn't care. He's benching people left and right. McMittens trying to escape from the Toad, and it's so hard to deal with Hunter trying to level the playing field as McMittens goes back in. That shield, absolutely massive. We're going to eat the top lane. We're going to go for McMittens. McMittens going to pull themselves directly back in, looking for the damage. Chai going to go down. Frosty here for the ace, and that is going to be 5 kills for Monkey. It was a great try, but you didn't count on Frosty.
So close, yet so far. They back in the fourth. It was looking really good for TFF, but Grim staying alive long enough for Chai to finally be the hero, the frog that TFF needed to keep themselves alive. But meanwhile, the entire time, so focused and so dialed in, Frosty was able to back up and break away their support, and it just kind of left Chai on their own device. Sure, you got triple, but I think if you went back, helped out the team, got Frosty off the team, you might have been able to clean everything else up, and we might have been sitting here in a different story right now. But with that being said, Monkey's able to secure all 4 Infernal Drakes plus Soul The damage is going to be insane coming out of the rest of the team. And now I think they're going to be looking for this Baron. And if they can secure this Baron, they definitely can secure this game too.
And Frosty has been having a phenomenal game. I think they've been a big
Oh, yeah.
linchpin, but their entire team has been really good. Every time one of these teams has been ahead, I feel like it's been the whole team that's really been helping. You know, we've got Grin, we've got Wheeze, we're starting to fight here. Here's Singular Bread getting absolutely melted. Chai coming in clutch, keeping themselves alive, and Singular Bread already back to full HP. Mother going to get called in, but unfortunately, Crumb alone just cannot get in the right position. Sure, we might be able to take down Mac Mittens, but the rest of the team might be able to get it. There's going to be a first reset as Frost comes in, going to get taken down, looking for all of these kills, as that's another triple kill on Frosty. Frosty sitting at 12-0. Things not looking good for TFF as Hui tries to buy himself a little more time. However, it looks like that's the main reason his team fell to pieces, was we did not have the Hui who got an execute. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in, but it's just not gonna be enough. Unfortunate positioning. Grim might actually be able to pick up a kill here on Cyclone. Cyclone get a little bit too close, just needs one more shot, just barely misses it. That's gotta be like 2 HP. That's really frustrating, but we should get the tower nonetheless.
It's all right. You know what? We take those. It's a little unfortunate. You got to give it to Cyclone, able to dodge the zap at the end. It's just now kind of really started to fall to pieces here for the side of TFF. You lost that fight. You lost some shutdowns. You lost the Drake. You lost Soul. Now you're losing Baron. And then now you may be losing this second game underneath Monkeys. And then if they can secure it, they're only a few steps away. They will be only then one step away of being the champions here at Ember.
Well, and I'm kind of thinking that, like, as much work as Tom Kinch is doing, right? So Tom Kinch is going for these backlines, and he's been very good at keeping Wheeze and Grim occupied, especially this game. You know, and he's put in so much work, but it's so hard. There's so many holes in their boat. You've got to deal with Frosty, you've got to deal with Hunter, you got to deal with Grim, you got to deal with Wheeze. You cannot ignore Mac Mittens, even though Mac Mittens is support. Still getting those lockdowns can be absolutely frustrating to deal with, even if Mac Mittens just tries to stick with Grim as long as they can, which probably might be their best bet, but there's just so many holes to deal with. And the fact that we have Infernal Soul, now we have Baron, now we're chomping at the front door. Mac Mittens taking a good chunk of damage here. This could be an opportunity for them to go into, but this could easily turn around just like that, as we do pick up Chai getting absolutely melted as Grim able to pick up one kill. No, actually going down on his end so much. Once again, we're just melting. We do not have enough health bars, and there's going to be a tower. All these resets for Jinx are just helping to push along further and further, and we only have Bread left on the board for the defense. I think this might be the end of game number 3. There's only so much Dr. Mundo can do when the other team has Baron, and now we no longer have a tower. Flash over the other side. Frosty just going for the kill because Jinx can go for the end if they want to. There's just nothing they can do. This is indeed GG.
Well played there for the Monkeys. It seemed that TFF understood the homework assignment and had Monkeys number there, but it just seemed that the Monkeys again adapted and just got ahead and never looked back. They didn't let Soul Smolder take control of the late game. The early game was lost a bit, but once they got a hold of that mid to late to the end was all theirs. And right now, they are one game away from becoming the champions here at Ember Leagues. It's gotta feel good. And Core, I gotta say, who is MVP for this one? It's gotta be a tough
It's gotta
one
be
here.
Frosty. No,
Yeah.
for me, it's 100% Frosty when I think about that, and it's not because Wheeze didn't do an insane amount of damage. Wheeze was an absolute bully. Grim was a bully. Magmittens was doing fantastic. I feel like Malphite could have done a little bit better, but I think that's more on the champion rather than that is the player specifically. I think they filled their role just fine. But even just looking at the damage, looking at the gold, and Frosty turned a lot of those fights around, because when people were focusing, Chai specifically, when Chai was focusing on the 2 scary people, which are going to be the Mel, which is going to be Grim on the Jinx and whatnot, it didn't matter because we had Frosty to turn things around. And man, that is a little bit of a gold diff on the graph.
Oh yeah, and you saw like I mentioned, that early game was definitely over to the side of TFF. They understood they were doing what was needed. We saw what happened on that top side. That top side shutdown is really what was that domino that really set the pieces right. And from there, it just continued to go down. And yeah, overall, really, really good stuff. Game 3 done. Game 4 on the way. Do we see the champions in the light, or does TFF still have some firepower left? We're going to pick and bans right after this break. Don't go anywhere, Ember League. We will be right back.
mind, turn the pressure into gain. We go wild, no control, chaos running through our soul. Can't predict us, baby, no way. Flip the map and change the play. I see you across the line. You feel it, same design. I'm escaping out tonight. This is where we prove it. This is the final fight. Under burning lights, monkeys cross the line. We rise, we fall. Risk it all. Echoes in the car, making our road be white. No second try, only one survive. Lose control tonight. Grand finals, do or die. Stay composed, no mistake. Every move, calculated play. Take the crown, we won't ever back down.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It has been a fiery grand finals here at Ember League Esports. Monkeys has now taken a game 3, and they sit one step away to becoming champions here at Ember League. TFF seeming to have the answer, and it's been a very back and forth, a very explosive game to say the least. And I gotta say, I don't think Monkeys definitely have it in the bag. Before I take it over, pass it over to my boy Korak, I just want to say a huge shout out and a huge thank you to Yukio. If you guys were tuned in during the break and you got to see those great MVP graphics, that was from Yukio. Hopefully, we'll be able to grab some a shout out there or some links there below. Those were fantastic, and always thank you so much for helping us look fantastic out here as we move on to game number 4.
Absolutely. And now, speaking of, the fearless bands get greater and greater as we go on. We're looking at 40 champions no longer on the
Oh
table.
yeah,
I know we're sitting right around 150, but that's going to be making these pools start to look more and more anemic. I agree with your testament that I don't believe Monkeys has it in the bag, but when you're sitting that close at the edge, that's got to mess with your nerves for TFF. Bands are
oh
coming
yeah.
out. It's going to be the Akali. It's going to be the Aurora. It's going to be the Urgots. I definitely didn't forget his name for 5 seconds there. It's going to be the Zen, it's going to be the Caitlyn, and it's going to be the Volibear, weirdly enough. We're going to go from that and we're going to go into Corki. I liked Corki, not to sound like a hipster, but before he was super, super good, when he was like kind of weird 3 or 4 patches ago, where people were like, I like his shred is amazing. He can do a lot, but I don't know how I feel about him. And from what I understand, he's only gotten better. So I really, really like Corki. I think Corki's a lot to play with. I think Jarvan hasn't been played with, and I think Corki can make sort of like a tiny hot pot in conjunction with Jarvan. So I'd love to see Jarvan and him. Plus their armor shred stacks, so that's an insane amount, especially with the fact that we have an Ornn on the map. So Corki and Jarvan into Ornn, I think, would be very, very solid there for that one. So I'm happy to see those moves. And another good one is Corki is really good with Nami. Nami is extremely powerful right now, and I think Corki Nami is a good combination that we could go with, especially if we're looking at Ornn, because Tidal Wave's a good answer into Ornn's ultimate.
Yeah, 100%. Corky will be on the side of Monkey, so it will be Sejuani and Orn there. So that will be heavy, heavy layers of CC added on for the team fights. And then overall, just going to be a great frontline for TSS ADC. I got to say that Urgot ban is a highly targeted player ban for the side of TFF. And I'm scared to see if Urgot is released, as we do see it's going to be Trundle and Corky for the side of Monkeys there. Going to be matching Freyward might with might. I like this Trundle pick. You see the 2 bulky picks. Once you're able to grab the ultimate later at 6, you're going to be taking a lot of resources away from either Sejuani and Ornn. And if they're not paying attention to that, that can spell trouble and make a easy frontliner very burstable.
And in conjunction with that armor shred that I was talking about, right? One of the biggest things Trundle has an issue with is sort of getting in range, and what do Ornn and Sejuani want to do? They want to get in range, they want to duke it out. And as soon as you get in range of that pillar, it's very, very hard to deal with. And here's going to be an answer to that. Vayne, I would rather see Vayne on the other end when we're sort of looking at these tanks. I don't know how I feel about Vayne in the meta. I haven't seen her, at least in any of my research from looking at the Korean leagues, from looking at LPL. I haven't seen her too often. Not that she doesn't show up. So I'm kind of curious what the thought process is on grabbing Vayne. Maybe you're out of stuff. Maybe you're just trying to get stuff out of your face. Sure, you can condemn people into various different walls or whatnot, and you're great with the damage. Sure, I think you could be very, very good into Trundle, unless Trundle puts the pillar behind you. But I think the dynamic for watching that Vayne for TFF is going to be very important for this.
I like the Vin pick here. It's not all super crazy the greatest, but when you get to do or die situations in a lot of professional places, it is a comfort pick. And right now, they say comfort over meta. And this is right now a very pivotal point here for TFF. And if this is what you want to pilot as what could possibly be your last game, I'm not going to take away anything from you unless it really sounds super unorthodox. We've seen
Mhm.
what they can do in the bot lane. I'm completely fine. I'm asking you what you want to do. You tell me, Vayne. Lock it in, bro. You get an extra pillar, a extra place to condemn from Ornn's pillar when you guys group up later into the team fights. The brittle, the slow from Sejuani as well too. It's been a very protect the ADC comp. Add in the karma there with the pick, and it makes it that much harder to lock down onto the Vayne. The sustain there, what I wanted to see a little earlier from decomposition is now being implemented. I like this from TFF for sure.
Karma definitely a very solid pick with Vayne, and Karma is one of the stronger supports right now, I feel, in the game. I've always enjoyed her kit. She's always been one of my personal favorites, but right now in the meta, she's very, very powerful. Bard is up there, definitely in the Enchanter meta, but I think Karma is a bit easier to pull off. I think Bard has a little bit of a higher skill floor because the roaming is super, super important. The Tempered Fate can be, it doesn't seem like it can be easy to miss, but you can mess up that Tempered Fate extremely easy. And I think just that small thing like that can make a massive difference. Don't get me wrong, I really, really love Bard, but Bard is one of those ones where I kind of like see Malphite too, and I'm thinking, okay, so this is something I'm worried about. Unless something has dramatically changed different about Brand, Brand is probably one of my least favorite mids in the game. It's not that he can't do damage. It's not that he cannot be insane. It's that the problem with Brand is he gets outclassed by so many other mages. In my opinion, I would rather see Brand jungle, if that's still a thing. When it was still a thing, I was very happy with seeing it. Or I'd rather see Brand in the bot lane. He's one of my favorite supports. He's not super crazy 5v5 meta pick, but I don't think he's particularly bad either. He's good damage, especially with the fact that he's into Syndra. This is going to have to be a very, very, very solid Brand to take down this Syndra, in my opinion. Syndra is significantly easier to pull off. She presses R, which I joke is the outplay button. You just press one button and completely destroy someone, and I think that's exactly what Syndra does with a stroke of one key. But maybe you can make the argument that Brand tosses his ultimate out and changes a fight around, but I think that's going to be hard to see. I think if it is Brand jungle like chat is predicting, I would be very much more happy to see that. But does that put Mbessa in the mid lane? I can see Trundle top, but I don't know where the Mbessa would go.
It's a difficult situation to be with the new mid items as well too. Brand isn't the worst pick into the mid lane. But I think this is going to be a jungle pick, and then it's going to put Mbessa into the mid. Kind of what we saw with the Scion pick. It's going to try to bully the mid lane, and you're going to try to bully away Syndra. The fallback is you're not going to have the sustain as you did as Scion, but overall, you'll still be able to overtake with the public execution, and just overall, just going to be able to bob and weave through the abilities and not needing a mana or a resource to continue being a lane bully. If you can continue applying that pressure in the mid lane, Mbessa can be a huge threat. Also, that's in a roaming Mbessa. So, but it is going to be Hunter top. It will be Frosty into the jungle. Weeze will be going into the mid. And I just wanted to say, if it was a mid Brand, what has been the last few mid items you've seen so far? Frog.
I forgot we have this this lizard cam. I got completely sidetracked. My brain just immediately died. Well, because I worked with Last in the past, but like I forgot how adorable the lizard was. There's also frogs I wish we could focus in on. But it looks like it is going to be Brand in the mid lane. Yeah, I'm looking at the right. So Brand in the mid lane, and then Mbessa in top. Mbessa top, very, very common. When I was still up to date and still super current, some of the best top laners were the skirmishing ones, and that fit Mbessa with a T. I doubt Mbessa's changed too much. I doubt that top lane's too much. I think into Ornn is going to be a little difficult. I feel like Ornn's a little bit easier to pull off, but maybe it'll boil down to the rotations. And I think the team fight phase will definitely change pretty heavily too, with the fact that we've got Call of the Forge God here on Ornn. It looks like Chrome alone already taking a healthy amount of damage, going down about half HP. Not a lot of healing to play with Vayne. It's entirely just the healing for Karma, specifically on Karma when she empowers her, I believe it is her E. I've slept since I played her last. But this could be an interesting back and forward. I think the big dynamic here is going to be watching specifically the Corki. And I think in team fights, watching Chrome alone, watching the Vayne are going to be very, very important.
Like I mentioned a little earlier, I was wondering what has been some of the last mid items you've seen so far, because I think it's a little sleeping on the brand pick there.
Mhm.
The new Leandry's passive build up there as well too. Plus some of the extra new mid items. A brand I feel is a sleeper pick that has been kind of coming back into the rotation that not everyone has super seen, but still is gonna have to be careful on this rotation.
Absolutely, the damage coming in, and we're able to pick up the first blood. Unfortunately, I went to Sejuani, but that's not the worst thing. Ooh, immediate return. I like this answer, and I like that flash getting blown. Sure, Brand did go down, and I'm not saying that Brand can't have like super baller items. My problem is with Brand is the range. And don't get me wrong, like Brand is in the same category I put Maokai. I really like Maokai, and I really like Brand. I just have a hard time seeing them get in range, especially when it comes to someone like Syndra. I'm always happy to be proven wrong when it comes to these, and like I totally tell you, like when when you see those moments, point it out to me, like tell me. I'll be happy to be proven wrong. It's sure there's plenty of passes, but it's the range that I'm worried about, and it's the kit itself that I'm worried about going forward.
For sure. As you do see, that was a nice gank there for Sejuani. Singular gonna be able to pick it up. It would have been a lot nicer to be able to grab Cyclone, but he saved Cyclone from would have been at least a back there. I don't think they were for sure dead, but would have been in a dangerous situation. As we do see Hunter getting a really nice mix there on the top side against Lynxes, who I think is coming in for the top side here for TFF.
Yeah, and we're getting close to about that 4-minute mark. No real advantages. Sejuani having the gold isn't the best thing. I think this will be kind of interesting here for Singular Bread. Sejuani is very much so the support in the bot lane. Ooh, good condemning. It looks like we just weren't able to get in range, unfortunately. Flash forward, looking for the damage. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough, so that's going to be a little bit out of the wheelhouse for Mac Mittens. There, I said it right there, chat. You happy? For Mac Mittens. We don't have Hex Attack Flash, no reason to really play off of that, so that's a little bit of an overstep. We did blow heal on Adam on the other end, but I'm curious to see how this early game is really going to boil down to. I think if in the bot lane, if we're looking at this, I think if we tie the Vayne, that's going to be very hard to deal with. And then if we're looking at Singular Bread picking up that first blood kill and whatnot, and getting things going for themselves, I think the reason why Singular Bread picked up Sejuani, and in my opinion, this is the best reason to pick Sejuani, is like maybe you're having an off game, maybe your tempo's off, maybe you need to dial things back. Sejuani's kit forces you to dial those things back, forces you to play just a little bit more passive. Not that you can't make good plays with Sejuani, but her whole kit just, it's a little bit back, it's a little bit closer range, and it's a good sort of like reset when you need it, I feel.
You're gonna have to hold that thought there. Hunter kind of in danger here.
Unfortunately, looks like Ornn missed the knock up there. If that had been just a half a second later, that would indeed be a dead Hunter, and this is the reason why Hunter is taking this fight. Flash forward as we go for it, and able to take down Hunter. Wouldn't be the worst thing, as Lynxy is trying to get out, a whole bunch of tower shots coming his way, and I think this is only delaying the inevitable. Giving gold over to the Trundle, giving it to Frosty. We've seen what Frosty can do with gold, and this is going to be Frosty on Trundle. Trundle wants to do these team fights, and if we can get our hands on like Singular Bread, for example, ooh, Bard going down. That's really unfortunate. They saw that Flash was down and they decided to go for him. So another kill going for TFF. But I do not think we can underestimate the gold being on Frosty.
No, for sure. Lost Chapter going to be built there. 2 stacks already onto Cyclone, with Frosty being on the top side and stalling for time. That's going to give Singular Bread plenty of time to start this first Drake and give TFF that edge that they need, that we haven't seen from first game, to get onto these Drakes and get themselves optimized and online and on time here. And I gotta give it to them, a really nice work overall. But that Ornn is going to help Hunter get ahead. Oh, doesn't get any assist there actually. So it goes all to Hunter.
Good damage in the wall, but it looks like Barrier absorb most of that, so could have been way more spicy, especially with Karma sitting here. And one of the small things that I try to tell people to watch out for, and it sounds super obvious, like if you're watching a bot lane and you're seeing a Rakan, if you want to know how the lanes go, watch Rakan's Q. That Q is extremely powerful. And so similar on Adam, on Karma specifically, is watch the tether. The tether is going to be astronomically important to how a lot of these fights go, because imagine if we get a tether off and then we get condemned to the wall. That's just so much free damage damage, and there's only so much McMittens can do on Bard in order to counteract that. That's a very scary lane to deal with. Vayne is absolutely insane when you get the appropriate opportunity. She has such high highs and such very low lows, just sort of over the history of the champion.
Yeah, no, for sure. As long as they can make sure that those tethers are secure, McMittens does have some movement speed to keep themselves a mobile, and it can also use their escape through their abilities to kind of keep themselves afloat. But overall, I don't think it's really going to be more on the tether, but it's really going to be on oh, hold that thought there, as we do see Bread go in.
Fight kicking off here. We do have 6 on both of the junglers. Good stun here by Wheeze, but it looks like we're not able to lock down Singular Bread. This is why Sejuani can be so hard to deal with. She's absolutely tanky. Cyclone, why are we going back in, bud? We're going to pick up the Ignite, and are we going to go down? No, Camera, go back! Okay, looks like we lived, but geez, Camera. Okay, look how low that HP was. Okay, so in my opinion, I'm sticking with what I said here on Brent, and I don't think this is Wheeze's fault. Wheeze is not a bad mid laner. We've seen Wheeze dominate Cyclone more than a handful of times. Oh, McMittens picking up a tether and a condemn and a whole bunch of damage. This is just a free kill for Vayne. This is not a good start for Monkeys, and I stand by my statement when it comes to Bran. I love the guy. He's one of my favorite champions, but I think he's better in jungle, and I think he's better in the other side. I just think his kit is just too weird for the mid lane, unfortunately, but I'm still happy to be proven wrong. Maybe Bran will take the top of the charts or something like that. You know, maybe I'll be absolutely blown out of the way. I'm happy to be wrong, but so far I don't think I am.
We got a slight pause here on my end. Okay, we are back. Yeah, it's just a unserious, fortunate events here for the side of Monkeys right now. But it's just how it goes sometimes. And it gives TFF that lead that they are looking for right now. And this is going to be a scary position. Again, this is a team where late game kind of matters more. Once Syndra and Vayne gets their items online, once Sejuani gets tanky is really when these teams starts to get online. So if they're able to get through the early game again, they might be able to really just kind of steamroll their way through and get themselves tied up for game 5.
Well, and I really like the scaling opportunities when we look at TFF, right? We've got the Vayne, as you were talking about a lot. I think Syndra does well into the mid and late game. I think Syndra just does well just kind of overall. She just sort of seems to be consistently solid. But, you know, we've got Ornn constantly building up there. And Sejuani, you could maybe argue she falls off, but I think she stays consistently. Call of Fourth Guard going to come in. It looks like we're going to miss our ultimate on Mbessa. Flash to safety, but Singular Bread locking them down, picking up another kill. Not the worst thing. Tether picking up McMittens. My camera pausing dramatically. It looks like we caught up right there at the end. So we did manage to make it out of there. But going back to what we've got here, let's do a quick recap. We've got 10 minutes on the clock right now. We're 1 in 5. One Drake falling to the other end. It's 2-1 so far overall score. Vayne looking really solid. CSing pretty back and forward. Nice condemn. McMittens stepping a little bit too close to the sun, but we're able to pick up a plate here. Grim still consistently doing damage, and I don't think no matter how these fights go, so no matter how many times Chrome alone does really well, we can never count out Grim, and we can never really count out Chrome alone. They always seem to find another angle to come back, even if they are behind, and that's something I really, really enjoy about watching them, and their supports really make a difference. My biggest problem that I'm worried about is it's significantly easier to do well on Karma opposed to Bard. Not that Bard can't do really, really well, but the skill floor is so much higher in my opinion. So the execution, the sort of like demographic between making these moves pop off more consistently is going to be higher from a champion basis on Karma, on Adam, in my opinion. But once again, I'm always happy to see good bards.
Yeah, that final hour really gonna help the team or help stabilize everything. But everything being done, and this is what you love to see with Bard to set up the flash escape though from Chrome alone, going to help and find the disengaged Cyclone also here for the support. And if Frosty isn't careful, they might get in trouble here. And here we go.
McMitten's going down, Drake going down, and this is what I was talking about. That was an amazing Tempered Fate. I don't think anyone can argue that whatsoever. That was just a great Tempered Fate. But as soon as Karma pops back up, she's like, okay, fine. Empowered E. We all walk away, or empower whatever the bubble is, and we all walk away perfectly fine. Vayne going over the wall. We had Flash. We had tools. As good as that Tempered Fate was, Karma is just easier to play, easier to execute, in my opinion. Maybe if we'd had a little bit better follow-up, but I think one of the primary reasons they got out of that was just entirely due to Karma, despite how good that Tempered Fate was. Not sure if we lost my co-host here or if I disconnected. Either way, but I'll keep talking until he chimes in. We'll find out in a minute. Not sure if it's my internet, if it's production's internet, or if it's Huey's internet. Either way, we're continuing on with the game. We've got about 12 minutes on the clock. I'm going to keep yapping until my other caster cuts me off. McMitten's looking for a couple of free pink wards. It sounds like he's back. I'm just going to talk over that so nobody heard that. Singular Bread looking for a little bit more. Brand not looking particularly great. If we look at the lead difference right now, there's about a 1.3k difference at about 13 minutes. Syndra sitting at 3-0. Still reinforcing my point here when it comes to this. I stand by that whatsoever. But a dynamic I don't think we can forget about is this Ambessa. We cannot forget about this top lane, even though it's really easy to. They're going to continue skirmishing over and over. But if Vayne goes even in bottom, and if Ornn goes even in bottom, then TFF will win the longer game. Will win the late game. I think one of the primary tools we have to bridge from now to the mid and the late game is we have Cyclone, is we have Syndra, we have all this beef to sort of deal with. We've got Karma dealing with the rotate, and I think that's going to be something that's going to be more important as this game goes on, is watching the supports rotations. And Bard should win that, but Karma is perfectly capable of keeping up with Bard, and that's one of the reasons why I think Karma is really, really powerful right now. Not too many can claim to keep up with the roaming of Bard.
Yeah, 100%. It unfortunately, it's just been a moment of opportunity that the Monkeys have missed to really secure the deal here. We've mentioned earlier in the draft and picks and bans that the pressure is on TFF to perform, but also this can be said the same for the side of Monkeys. You're one step away. That is there. But you got to remember, you're still one step away. You can't start celebrating yet, even though you have the lead. You have to finish the game out. We do see the Roam coming in, the Ornhorn coming down.
Unfortunately, a little bit of a miscoordination here between Lynxie and Singular Bread. Not sure if that was the fatigue kicking in, but TFF does have better coordination on that, so that's a little unfortunate to see, especially because Lynxie tried to recover it with Call of the Forge God, which doesn't have the world's longest cooldown. Ooh, he's just going down. See, there's even the ultimate. It's just so hard, and it's so sad to see Brand go down time and time again. We're sitting at 0-3, and once again, I'm going to harp on this. Wheeze is a good mid laner. We've seen Wheeze dominate Cyclone back and forward, and I think this is the champion, or maybe just a large hosting of unluck. Adam taking a whole bunch of damage. Not sure why Chromalone's going into that, although we did keep Adam alive, so maybe they know better than I do. They are doing a lot of consistent damage. This could easily turn into kill Bard over the wall. Oh no, Condemn in the wrong place as Tempered Fate comes down. Can we keep him out? That tether's gonna be so important, but we just cannot close the distance. Trundle there for a couple of bites. Frosty looking for some damage, and now Hunter looking for a little bit of revenge on their own, trying to lock down the support, trying to lock them down, but Karma picking up another tether. No, just barely breaking the tether. That would have been a kill. We had all of the elements, but it just did not happen. Cyclone keeping this fight going forward, trying to go, having to blow Fash, maybe not understanding that Hunter was still there. We did pick up a kill. This is absolutely a fed. Syndra sitting at 5-0. This is going to be hard to deal with. I think McMittens is in a bit of trouble. We've got a deal over the wall, a portal on the other side as the ultimate comes down for Singular Bread, trying to lock them down. Bard goes down, the other two go down. Syndra sitting at 7-0. That's a double kill. This is a fed mid laner at 15 minutes.
15 minutes, 10 stacks already. the Dark Fire Torch already pumping out 510 damage. What the real big difference here is the stacks here. That early game ring all just made such a difference, plus being able to snowball the attention from the team and overall just roaming. Cyclone just taking over this game right now and is just looking perfect to get this game tied up for the side of TFF. And if Monkeys want to stop this, it has to be the focus on the Cyclone. But if you focus too much on Cyclone, you're going to give Chrome way too much time with the final hour to then start taking over the game. So this is going to be a hard one. Temper Fate going to land. Let's see how it goes.
I see trying to go for it looks like Cyclone, but we did not have a lot of follow-up. However, the follow-up is much better as the root comes through, trying to lock him down, stun after stun, locking down Huntler. Cyclone picking up another kill. They just cannot lock them down. These Tempered Fates have been very solid, very consistent, but the follow-up has been hard to do, harder to execute, and I think that's one of the reasons that makes Bard a little bit harder to deal with, because not only do you have to play Bard at a higher level, your team does as well in order to keep up with a lot of these fights. This might be a bit of a mistake, though. Most of TFF is low on HP. However, we've got a full mana Cyclone, so this can easily turn around. Lynxie taking a whole bunch of damage going down. This is where Brand begins to shine. He should have a lot of really good angles here, and we are going to pick up an Infernal Drake, so that's not the worst thing. Syndra going back in, Cyclone picking up another kill, but this could end in their demise if they're not careful. We back off, so that's not the worst. You know, we pick up a Drake on Monkeys. I don't blame them for trying that, and Cyclone's just able to get these kills. They have the range, they have the ability, they have the damage to lock this down, and we're still continuing to bully Wheeze. Wheeze is not allowed to play this game. Look at the CS, 150 to 171, 2.9k. Cyclone truly is beginning to shine in game number 4, Huey.
Dark Seal already at 18 stacks there. You got to get those stacks off. But even with that being said, the damage might be already too far done. The fight is still going to the side of the Monkeys, but with a 4k lead, it's going to be hard for for the Monkeys to really mount a comeback here. But that Infernal Drake does buy them a bit of time. That does not give TFF soul point. So if things still continue to go downhill for the Monkeys, they necessarily don't have to fully commit to this Drake, and they can rotate over and buy themselves extra time if needed. As you do see the Rift Herald going to be secured. A pretty easy pickup there. Again, I think this is just what the Monkeys need. Just kind of try to bide some time. Hopefully, if you're on the side of Monkeys there, they don't find a huge Rift Herald play. But right now, in the hands of TFF, this is going to be a very scary position, but hold that
Flash
thought.
for the stun. Cyclone, as the pillar comes down, Cyclone looking really, really low. There it is. Trying to able to pick up the kill, so that's Frosty sitting at more, and now we're trying to lock down the others. If we could just get a couple of shots. Mac Mittens taking a bit of damage, a long-winded trade, but that's not the worst one. Locking down Cyclone, getting that shutdown gold is what Monkeys needs to do, and something I was going to note here is where Monkeys needs to shine and begin to leverage stuff for the late game is Monkeys needs to win in the early game because the scaling, like we talked about earlier, like we talked about in draft, is going to be so important, because sitting here in the background, sort of like a spring trap, Chrome alone is waiting to absolutely nuke stuff, because it almost doesn't matter how tanky the other side gets. However, I do think the more this game goes on, the more opportunities Brand is going to have to shine, because Brand is a lot like Vayne, where he has high highs and low lows. But the other thing with Brand is Brand doesn't necessarily need to live to deal damage. Brand doesn't necessarily need to live in order to change the fight around. You get one good combo off and drop your ult into someone with a bit of damage, that can really turn those fights around, and your KDA doesn't matter as much, but it's easier said than done, and seeing those numbers go up on the enemy team can be really demoralizing. Or like here with Cyclone, Cyclone takes those kills in mid lane and turns them into kills across the game, but this is not what you want. Cyclone walking up into death, giving Wheeze some much needed gold, giving him that damage that I was talking about that's going to be so important.
Yeah, you gotta be extremely extra careful here. Those stacks are now immediately gone, and that is going to be a lot of the power, a lot of the firepower there from the side of TFF gone. It is still very strong there with the Syndra, being able to buy the Event Horizon there as well. But all stacks gone there. they're going to have to go on another 10 kill streak to get back to where they were. That's hard to say. And with that 4K gold lead and now shrinking down to half there to only 2K, Drake only a minute away. Monkeys are definitely taking the steps forward to try to bring this game back to their side, but this is still TFF's game, and they have to play perfectly in order to have that chance still happen.
And something I think to note here is we just hit 14 on the Ornn. Ooh,
Uh-oh.
Cyclone getting a good shot on Grim. Grim getting so close to going down. Just one or two more shots and blowing the Tempered Fate too, providing that much needed space, but that is going to be a tool out of their shed that is no longer available. But with Ornn hitting that 15, that means he's truly beginning to scale. He's got those he's got those builds that he can start using on other people, and he's only going to get harder and harder to deal with along with Vayne. We are officially in the mid phase with about 22 minutes on the clock, so sure, we have made up the gold diff, but Cyclone did exactly what I said that they should do. We got us to the mid to late game. Now the pressure is going to be on the shoulder of Vayne. Now the pressure is going to be on the shoulder on the rest of the team. Lynxy doesn't need to do an insane amount of plays, but he needs to be there in the right place in the right time, and so does Singular Bread. The whole game is going to start to revolve around Chrome alone, because Cyclone's damage will eventually fall off unless we're specifically hitting squishies.
They have to be careful here. They're going to take the tackle, and Karma going to be the one in the pilot. The Ornhorn going to be the trigger for this fight. This is going to help them dive as well too. The back and forth, Wee's not going to be able to find the ultimate. Grim as well too. Both of them being the pilots and the pivotal parts of the fight. And a Hunter going to miss the public execution there. That might be the green light for TFF to rotate this fight into the river and look for this Drake.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason to not go for the Drake at this point. We've got the damage. Cyclone is in a bit of danger, but the thing about Syndra is we can continue to play back. We have TP, so if we buy a little more time, we can back heal. But that TP's got to be quick, because this is going to turn into a fight. There it is. There's the damage. Where's the ward? Get the Cyclone back in here. Otherwise, you're just going to lose people for free. Temper Fate locking down Karma. TP coming in, but it's going all the way down the tower. We're going to be absolutely disjointed as we come in on the other side. Unfortunately, we did not play off of Cyclone. Cyclone, however, able to turn it around. Bard stepping up one too many steps, gonna get taken down as the pillars come on the other side, but this is not where you want to fight Cyclone. Cyclone excels, Syndra excels in fighting over the wall, so you need to be really, really careful, but I like this. Monkeys identified that Cyclone needs to back and that the coordination is messed up. Monkeys are very, very good about catching TFF on this back foot. They took the lessons that they learned against them and have started to use them against Monkeys, and you've got to love to see it.
Yeah, for sure. And then taking and extending that little bit of a lead that they just found. I'm gonna grab the tower, but that point and click, that's a huge, that's a big skill there, but that's gonna be an easy pickup there for the side of TFF. It is unfortunate, but it's something that needed to happen. As we check the tape here overall for the ADCs here, and it is pretty much Chrome Alone's game right now, just in terms of everything. But right now, the levels and the creeps going to be going to the side of Grim, so everything's not at the end of the world there, and finally going to be able to have a slight gold lead. But now the gold lead now in the jungle, and in the rest still in a mid. But gotta give it over to Weez, able to tie up the CS after the deficit they were in. As it does seem that Monkeys are now able to mount a slight comeback here. That third Drake is put on a slight hold, but they now going to have to be there and be ready for this fourth Drake. They were not going to be able to give this one up.
Absolutely. And I think if Monkeys is going to continue to turn this around, just keep leveraging the fact that TFF is going to really want to get their hands on that. Whoever can sort of get in position appropriately for Drake is going to make a really big difference. And something I want to note here is not, you mentioned this as well, is tying up the CS with Weez. Weez was at such a disadvantage in the early game, and the fact that we're anywhere close to Syndra is pretty insane. And I think that attests to the player specifically. And now Brand's got a couple of items in his belt. He's got the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. He's got got the Blackfire, and we're building a couple more here in the background. We've got our boots. So at this point, Brand hurts, Brand slows, and Brand can make a difference in these fights. I think the coordination that's going to be able to watch is we need to watch Frosty, we need to watch Wheeze, and Hunter needs to hit their public execution. We need to tighten that up just a little bit. We've had good tempered fates. We've had relatively good plays for Grim. Grim has not been in a good position, but they've been like, relatively okay. I don't think this is a kill. There's no one here to follow it up. This is just two supports duking it out. Cyclone is here, but I don't think we want to go over the wall, even if you are Karma. We're going to pop the tether, but yeah, the plant to safety. Bard's so hard to pin down. I wouldn't even waste the time on it unless you're just trying to get wards or abilities down. We do have Baron up, ready to go. We're sitting at 26 minutes, and a lot's happened in this 26 minutes. It's 7 to 15, 44K to 45K, so we've almost tied up the gold entirely, which I think is saying a lot. Monkeys has plenty of opportunities to turn this around, and if TFF steps a toe out of line, they will get nuked. Ooh, condemned, but there is no follow-up for it, especially with that W. Tempered Fate coming down, locking down the Cyclone. Cyclone is in danger as another W comes in. Cyclone definitely trying to find him a space as Chrome alone is able to keep Trundle off the rest of the team. Call of Forge Guard coming in, buying time for Lynxy to get here, but can they make a difference? Magmitten's gonna go down on the other end. Adam is in danger. We're starting to fall apart. Cyclone is still around for the damage, trying to lock down Grim. Grim does get taken down. That's gonna be a double kill. Lynxy able to 1v3 almost the whole time. 1 W is all it takes out to take out the Karma. Wheeze finding his damage. Wheeze finding his place, and there might be more tempo in the favor of Monkeys as we begin to siege this tower.
And we talked about it earlier before. It's all there in the damages there. Brand's ultimate, he doesn't have to necessarily be in front or around, but they are there and they are able to set up the rest of the team there. And now on a killing spree, able to keep up. And it's kind of crazy that now Monkeys are able to get the gold lead to their side, finally shifting over and stabilizing things. It's still a very close game, but you gotta give it over to Monkeys being able to find their grit here and able to hopefully be able to hold a defense here as Drake is going to be spawned soon momentarily.
And something I want to note here is as much as we talk about champions, I think the coordinations for Monkey has been really good, right? Because Brand doesn't matter if you don't have a team to follow it up. Brand has had massive W's left and right, zoning the team over and over. McMittens has had really good stuns. We've been seeing a couple of these, like as we're talking right now. That was a good delay, picking up another Infernal, leveraging the fact that you have Armor Shred, leveraging the fact that you have Frosty to absolutely nuke things, and you still have Wheeze. Wheeze will do an insane amount of damage. Brand's KDA isn't super crazy important. His items and his gold and hitting his abilities are the primary thing. You can be like 08 and 20 and still do well. No, not if you're in Bessa walks on the other side. Temper Fate gonna lock down one. Wheeze able to get a W, but it looks like the other side's gonna absorb it as Chrome alone has to back up. A good amount of damage coming on that. This is starting to turn a little sloppy, so this could turn into their favor. Wheeze is walking up a little bit too close. This is why Brand is so hard to play. You have to get so close, and you step one toe out of line, and you are dead. That is really, really unfortunate. Two people walked up into the same area and died. Two very crucial people.
Yeah, but now they're scattered right now. It looked like they were going to go for the Baron play, but the minions are just not on their side right now. They do need to kind of find a quick reset there. Cyclone was able to get back there in time to kind of hold things down for them. But it's like we mentioned, it's still not Monkey's game per se. It's still on the side of TFF. They're still playing TFF's game, and they have to be relatively careful there. The misstep there on a Wheeze, one mistake can mean everything here. This is Grand Finals. We don't go back next week. We don't come back next week. This is it. And I think both teams are really starting to feel that here.
Yeah, and starting to look at this too, I think one of the biggest reasons Chrome alone is struggling is because Chrome alone has to deal with a lot, right? We catch 1 W from Brand as Chrome alone. That's a lot of damage. That's close to like half our HP, right? We can't get close to Grim because Grim's gonna pop the armor shred and we get hit by anything else. We're gonna lose a bunch more damage. You know, so we have a hard time playing that. We get too close to the Trundle and we don't have the condemn or use the condemn right at the right time. You know, we just get eaten. We've got to worry about Imbessa. We've got to worry about Bard. You know, Chrome alone has so many different things to worry about, and I don't think Cyclone can hold on to this game forever. Sure, Cyclone is hitting like a truck, but at some point they're going to top off, and I think if Brand and Cyclone manage to top off and manage to even up when it comes to gold, things are going to be very, very difficult for the other team, and the primary thing it's going to boil down to at that point is the positioning of Brand, right? Because we saw one moment he stepped a tiny toe out of line and just got absolutely nuked. If Wheeze is just able to play back and help his team right here, ooh, good W, trying to lock down Cyclone, finding the actual cool. Ooh, Tempered Fate actually hurting the other side. That's really, really unfortunate. Grim taking a whole bunch of damage. Cyclone able to sit back here. Wheeze getting so close to going down. Grim gonna get taken down. Call of Forge God there for the safety as Public Execution comes in. Unfortunately, not hitting Cyclone. Cyclone is still alive. Adam buying them so much time. The pillar coming down. Linksy taking a bit of slow, but not caring. So a really, really sloppy 1-for-2 trade, but you take those as Monkey. I'm not sure Linksy really wants to take that. It looks like maybe we're just going for a ward and stopping the back, but things are starting to look pretty sloppy for TFF, but not as sloppy as Hunter's getting right now. We keep almost dying. Good knock-up, knocking down McMittens, but we do have a solid escape. The sloppiness is continuing. The fatigue on both sides is truly beginning to set in.
Oh yeah, it's late for us, and I only can imagine how it is going 3 games right now. And looking on the side of TFF, you have to get back up there. And over right now, we get the vision score link, and that's helping the side of TFF. But Mac Minutes is right there behind Hunter, helping out as well. So that's kind of alleviating some of what Adam is doing, and the rest of the MKM is helping the rest of the map. So they do have a little bit of a vision influence, as we do see Creep still going to be going to the side of Cyclone, but Lee's right behind with Frosty there as well. It's going to be the rest of the monkeys there following suit. So overall, it's still looking towards the side of monkeys, but this is still anyone's game. It is, we're still only one or few mistakes away from this one going to anyone's side.
I think if monkeys can just stop stepping out of line, stop finding those really bad positions, I think we stand a very, very solid chance of turning this around. Temper Fate going down, but unfortunately only locking the Sejuani down. Singular Bread doesn't really care for that. That W would have hurt for sure, but you know, like other than that, like if we can just lock in the coordination here for monkeys, I think we're going to look very, very solid, because I think Chrome alone, you know, Chrome alone has to play so much better just to get in range, and we really, really are struggling. But the other side of it too is I think Cyclone offsets that, because we're just able to play so far back to watch out for this. Couple a little bit of damage. Linksy able to get a knock up here on Chrome alone. However, it looks like the health is absolutely melting. Call of Forge gonna get locked. This is a great opportunity to lock it up. So many. This is the ideal spot for TFF to lock them down. However, Ornn gonna go down. McMittens on the other side. There's 4 versus 3 as Frosty, the main amount of damage. Chrome alone taking so much shield on the wall, but it's not gonna be enough. Singular Bread trying to lock down Wheeze. I understand the sentiment, but the rest of your team is dying for it. Maybe they don't need it because we have Cyclone still kicking, keeping the rest of the team off. Frosty just cannot get in range, and we're gonna lose Soul Point if we don't do something, and we don't do it quickly. It looks like Trundle's answer is gonna be to go for the Baron. That's not a bad consultation prize. I've been trying to tell this to people. When an objective is lost, let it be lost. Don't double down. Get what you can, and I think that's exactly what Frosty is doing.
But they might not have enough time here. It is at 10,000 and it's still going down. Karma immediately moving over. The Spidey senses tingling as they did catch him onto the ward. Mac Mitten's very low, might lose the Baron. Gonna get to escape the auto attack. Not gonna be there. And now they just gave them a gift because it's not gonna respawn back in time. They will find a reset because the rest of the monkeys are coming back. And again, the wave's just not proper. But Soul was secured for the side of TFF. So overall, that's exactly what you're looking for there.
I think that was a very smart move from TFF. I think if we had gone for that Baron, that could have been very, very spicy because we had Grim there, and we cannot count Grim out. Like, I know Grim is not doing well this game. They're doing 1 in 7, but we're still playing Corki. We still have an insane amount of armor shred, and if we just get a couple of good pokes off while they're doing that fight, even if we just delaying it and buying time, that gives time for like Frosty to come in. We cannot forget Frosty. Frosty's been an absolute beast, even with how far their team has been behind. Frosty is 7-0, right, and continuing. They're 50 CS ahead. They're an absolute monster. And just honestly, they're doing the hardest thing that you can on Trundle. Trundle really struggles a lot of different ways to get in range. And, you know, like that's really prevalent. But as soon as we do get in range, Trundle should actually be able to chunk people. We do still have Lynxie to go for. We do still have, you know, Sejuani to go for. But the fact that Trundle's been able to get in range and get out relatively unscathed consistently, I think really attests to the player.
No, 100%. And it's really just, again, it falls to everyone. Individual really is important, but it matters as a 5. It all matters as a full 5. Singular Bread may be in trouble here, stuck on the pillar, and I don't think was able to get over to the seed to hop over, so we're going to have to use the tackle to just kind of reset there, but on a pretty short cooldown. So we'll be ready for this next skirmish, as they have to check this bush here. But Singular not really want to be the focus there, but that's a lot of damage there.
Oh, that's not good. That's the worst person that could get it. Okay, it looks like Cyclone is going to be fine. For Call of Forge trying to knock up 2, trying to lock them down. Wee's in a bit of trouble. However, it doesn't look like even the Forge God can stay too long in that heat. That does so much damage. Brand truly hurts right now. He's sitting at 5-5. His performance is only getting better. And the problem is like Chrome alone is just not performing. Chrome alone cannot be effective. It's so hard for them to get into any of these engagements. They suffer from a lot of the same problems, but even worse so with Brand. Brand has abilities that you can use to sort of like compound off of each other and force people to walk into, and we can take this objective pretty easy. We have Brand here. We have so much armor shred to play with. This should be their Baron, but they have to get out of it alive. They don't have to just take it. Cyclone, why are you walking too far forward? We do keep ourselves alive with the stopwatch as Grim takes a good chunk of damage. McMittens going over to the wall as Cyclone picks up a massive barrier, trying to keep themselves alive, keeping the support off of them. They do pick them up. They do go down as Frosty finally might be able to take some damage. Frosty might actually get taken down. Not a super great words are difficult. I'm dying here. Help me out here.
Oh yeah, very difficult situation, but not the end of the world. TFF able to pick up the slack there from the lost Baron and able to get some pretty optimal picks there, and to take 3 out of 5 of the Baron buffs here. Unfortunately, it's not like Wild Rift where it's on a timer, so once they die, and they're still low right now, and they're going to continue pushing onto the pressure here. Lynxie letting that horn fly. Good knock-up. They might get 2 there as well. That's the ace. TFF trying to close this one out before Monkeys can recall and regain conscience.
And that's kind of why I want to harp on going back to Brand. Very ominous number there. Is like, we have to be so cautious to where it's like, I'm not going to sit here and argue that Brand is bad or anything like that. I don't think that he's bad, but I think just against other people, he really struggles. He struggles in the meta. We have an insane amount of damage. I'm pretty sure Brand is at the top of the charts. Like I would not surprise me if he's like 20k above a lot of other people, maybe even Cyclone when it comes to this damage. But it's just so easy for him to get taken down in these sustained fights. It's so easy for him to just get slightly too close for all of this. You know, and at any point, if Chrome alone truly begins to pop off in these fights, I think that MKM is really going to struggle. But, you know, you could say the same thing too. You know, at some point, if Hunter gets their head on straight and starts popping off on Mbessa, they could start doing super well. But the one thing for sure is going back to that fatigue. These players are very clearly tired. Each of these games have gone on like 40 minutes, 50 minutes and whatnot, and some of them. So we've been here for a hot minute.
It's going to be a long one for sure. And right now, it is TFF's side to get to it, and they want to have to get to the game 5. Nice pillar there from the side of Frosty to reset Lynxie's tackle. That is going to be the horn offline. That's a pretty pivotal piece to the side of TFF. It's not everything, though, as they already gone with the Baron buff. No, they only have about 25. but not getting a
Oh,
lot
Cyclone.
from it. Cyclone with the nice
Oh.
attack. Nice catch
Yeah,
on the
Cyclone taking out
Frosty.
Frosty. McMitten's taking a good chunk of damage as well, so that's really not what you want to see. Cyclone taking some damage. Brand has to get so close. This is what I'm talking about. This is so
Oh, the
frustrating, and we have that
hourglass.
stopwatch to use over and over again as we pick up kill after kill.
That's it.
Chrome happy to fight exactly right here. Double kill on the Sejuani, but it doesn't really matter as we pick up a full ace and a triple kill on Bread. Sure, they may have not taken the damage, but who cares? At this point in the game, we're picking up aces, we're picking up kills, we're picking up tempo. It might be a little bit harder to end. That wave's going to be really important, but there's only about 25 seconds on the clock. Can Trundle stop them alone? That's going to be a tall ask. McMitten's going to come up soon after. You may as well just tank the damage. If you tank the damage, we can take out the tower before they get here, but it's truly going to be a race against the clock. 10 minutes and ticking down, waiting for that Trundle, but we should have enough opportunities. There's no way he's going to kill all 5 of these, and this is going to be TFF taking their second point. Very, very solid lead.
We knew it was going to be a bloody a bloody fight here, and it's just going to be a continued war here. But all good things must come to an end. We are here at match point. It has been back and forth between both teams, between TFF and MKM, and we've both been here on the board, and we just don't know which way it's going to end. But we finally will have a conclusion coming up soon. But let's go to the tail of the tape, and I'll check out the damage and the gold. And you can see it was TFF's game most of the time, but there is opportunity where Monkeys had a chance to bring it back. And it's really unfortunate that they lost it, but that's what happens. That's just part of the game. Nearly 50 champions are gone. What is left in the championship pool and in terms of endurance from these teams? We're going to have to find out soon
Absolutely.
as we take a very, very quick break as we get game 5 ready for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. It is the boiling point. It is the end game. It is do or die. TF Monkeys 2-2. There is no turning back from here. It is your boy Huey with me. It is Korak. And again, just giving some love over to, excuse me, I think it was Yori. Yori. I got to look at the name. But again, thank you for the love for making the MVP graphics that you got to see during the break. But I got to say, it has been a very, very great performance overall. But it's got to be. It's Yukio, by the way. Excuse me. Thank you, Yukio, for the graphics. But like I was saying, the endurance has got to be wearing thin on our guys right now. It is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 50 champions gone. A third of the roster is gone off the board. Another 10 going to be added for 60. So over half there, or almost half there, of the roster gone. Championship pools have to be thin, and it's going to be just about going to be everything that you have left in your tank to make sure that you get to the end here as we get to picks and bans. Zin going to be taking off Volibear, Viger for TFF, taking blue side on the side of Monkeys, the Akali, the Aurora, and the Urgot. Bans really haven't changed much, but the Caitlyn finally gets broken through as Monkeys lock in with the Ziggs.
We do pick up Caitlyn. I feel like that's kind of a weird pick all the way here at the end. I feel like we've got a couple of more mid laners out and ready to go, but I don't blame them. Caitlyn is a relatively safe choice. I don't think she's as game warping as she was like 3 or 4 patches ago when she was really, really dominant.
Yeah.
She's okay. I think she's a tiny bit more niche right now. I do like Ziggs, especially right now. Maybe not as a counter pick, but Ziggs is nice. He can be a good flex pick into Poppy. I'm always a solid fan of Poppy. Both Poppy and Ziggs, fantastic flex pick. Poppy can be a fantastic bot lane. Poppy can be a fantastic mid lane. And then, of course, we've got Ziggs all over the place, having that tower execute, having that damage, having that range. It all pairs so, so nicely. Something I'm kind of surprised to see is we haven't seen Lulu. We haven't seen Nami. We are in an enchanter meta, and we haven't seen too many enchanters. And here's something even weirder. We've gone to Skarner, and unless he's had a recent overwork, my problem with Skarner is I think Skarner has a really high skill floor. I've seen people in Saito struggle difficultly to pilot Skarner correctly, and I don't believe his kit's changed a whole bunch. I'm happy to see that wrong. Maybe there's been a couple of tweaks. Maybe just the metas, begun to fit them a little bit more. But I will be happy to see a good Skarner. I just think it's less likely, and I think it puts yourself at a harder end. And even more favorite, I'm starting to love these picks though, because we're going to Taric. Taric is in my list of one of my favorite supports. So we got Taric into Poppy. This is gonna turn out to quite the slog. And in my opinion, Taric is one of the best duelists, especially when you consider in bot lane. But if we've got Ziggs on the other side, they don't care. They just don't get in range. You've got Satchel Charge to get out of that. You've got Poppy to lock people down. So it might be a good counter that. But like Taric's perfectly fine into fighting in the late game.
I like the Tara pick. I think it's a little early there. I like to go at least 3 or 4 AD picks for the Taric, just to get that optimal overall maximum effect from them. But again, it is getting late. The pools are getting thin. You want to make sure that you have something playable before it gets to it. You also want to give your picks and your counters to who for who you can. Support isn't really the most optimal role that you're really going to be putting your sights on, especially for game 5. You want to make sure your mid, your top are set, and your carries are set. Overall, your support. So I like the Tara pick just from a bias and a myself just a support pick. But right now, I think it's a little early. But we shall see. It does give Skarner a little bit of extension. It gives everyone a stun. Gives your teammates a stun. It gives that get out of jail free card. It gives you the dive potential as well too. With this Skarner at it, it can add some kooky things. We've seen what both bot lanes can do on both sides. So whatever they pick, I'm pretty sure they can go Ziggs, but they can go bot. Monkeys can go bot lane with the Ziggs, and I will be fine with the pick. Honestly,
I'm leaning a little bit more towards maybe putting Ziggs in the bot lane to not have to deal with Tark, but Tark's also easy to mess up. You miss that stun, and it can be a little bit awkward. But if you
oh yeah,
engage too deeply with Tark, that can be very difficult to deal with. Plus, Tark has such a great heal to go with that, and I think I'm liking what Monkeys is doing the more I see it. They're going with still very much so, let's pin and lock this down. We went with Jace here. We've got, Viego.
wait.
I'm a big fan of Viego. I don't believe he's particularly like insanely strong right now. I know he still fits the bruiser meta when it comes to jungle overall. And I'm always a big fan of his reset, especially if the person who's playing Viego understands multiple champions that they take over. So we're going from the Viego to the Jace to the LeBlanc. When I had stopped casting, LeBlanc was always in like this really nice niche where I was seeing some of the very specific Seto people playing her in really, really phenomenal spots. And I was seeing in some of the leagues that I was casting where LeBlanc can do some insane stuff. I don't think she's changed too much. And the more and more I hear, it sounds like the mid items have gotten more ridiculous. So I've got to imagine that LeBlanc has a place somewhere in the mid lane. And then we're going with Nasus. I haven't seen Nasus in quite some time.
Nasus is a comfort pick. The Wither also a huge pick there. The slow is very massive. It's also a point and click. You don't really you can't really miss the Wither. Also, you can't really get rid of slow. It's kind of difficult CC to get rid of, and it matters and it stacks on everybody. I think it maxes like at 60 or 70, something ridiculous like that. And it's gonna be Vex there for the side of Monkeys. And really, the only thing that's really lacking on the side of Monkeys is a front line and just the sustain. You're putting a lot of your marbles into Poppy, and it's gonna be a hard one with them being in the support role. And it is gonna be Ziggs, Poppy, Bot, Wheezy with the Vex, Frosty with Viego, and Hunter on the Jace. As we see TFF on blue side, a Link Seed with the Nasus, Beretta with the Skarner, LeBlanc on with Cyclone, Chrome and Adam taking the Caitlyn and the Taric. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Throw your love into chat for your team as we get off right away. The skirmish already heading off into the bot lane.
Something I think that's going to be critical when we're watching this, and this is always something I try to call out. Ziggs is perfectly capable of staying alone as long as we don't thread the needle too close to that Tark and get caught by Caitlyn. Because like we get stunned, we get trapped. That's more than likely going to be a dead mage, right? But Poppy is such a great roamer, and you can even catch people like LeBlanc. Poppy is so fast going in for those ganks. You pin them in the wall, especially when you've got like a Vex. That's a great combination. We are going to pick with stun here. We're picking up a lot of extra damage on Poppy, and this is sort of what I was talking about, and this is also what I really, really like about Adam. Adam is very clear on when they go in and when they don't, and Chrome alone, I think, applies that with them very, very well, right? They could have taken that engagement much, much further and lost further, but Tark just went in and got a stun. We got one AA, and then we immediately went back to farming, and that's why McMittens and Grim are as low as they are, despite the fact that Ziggs has such a long range with that bounce. But, you know, Caitlin's a good counter. This is really awesome. This is why Poppy does a lot of work, but if we cannot finish it off, it doesn't matter. The Ignite comes in, the pin comes in. We wasted a lot of resources, but it wasn't enough, and now Taric is level 2, so he's going to be able to undo all of that hard work. I don't blame them for trying that. That was really solid. Ooh, turning that in the trap. This is what I was talking about, but we just cannot reach it, unfortunately, or we didn't pick trap just about yet. So this is going to be harder to deal with, but I do like the positioning here for TFF. If they can prolong this just a little bit longer, Adam can heal them up, especially now that we have, or I guess we don't have the heal quite yet, so we need to hit 3 for it. Because we've got the tether, we've got the E, so that makes a lot of sense. As soon as we hit that level 3, that lane is going to be significantly different. The one I really want to know how it boils down to is when it comes to top lane, that we're looking at right now. We're looking at Hunter, we're looking at Lynxie, right? I'm pretty familiar with Nasus. I haven't touched Jace really too much at all, so I'm curious how he's supposed to sit in this. I know he does an insane amount of burst damage, and I really like the kit that he's got. Good stun coming in there from Mac Mittens, a nice separation right there. Ooh, good satchel charge. So there's a lot of really good punishing here in bot lane, but I really want to see how top shapes up throughout it, and I want to see the rotations for top lane too.
It's really going to depend on whether Lynxie can really stack onto the Qs. The legality coming in, also in the blue sets as well too, as we do see the gank coming in onto top side. It did look good for it, but Lynxie trying to make it a 1-for-1. It looks close, but Hunter going to be able to secure with the help of Frosty. And then now Monkeys has one ahead. And that's going to definitely help out their team so much. Because, again, this looking for that scaling comp, Nasus becomes a huge threat later on into the game. And if you let him go crazy, he will.
And once again, I mentioned how important these kills can be. Skarner coming in, unfortunately getting stopped right there at Wheezy. But we've seen what Frosty can do with kills, and I think picking up Viego makes a lot of sense for him particularly. Frosty is perfectly capable. Maybe if we were on someone not Trundle last round, not that I'm saying Trundle was a bad pick, but maybe there could have been a different angle. I don't think Frosty was the problem with his team last time. And I think that, them sitting on Viego is going to have a pretty big impact. I think that they have the skill set to deal with all of these champions. I think that they're very, very good on these resets, and I think that'll be really, really interesting. The hardest thing to deal with is honestly just going to be that Taric, right? Because the Taric can reset and stop a lot of those engagements on how they go overall, and it can be really, really frustrating. Cyclone has gone back to bullying Wheeze a little bit. That's a little surprising, but I haven't seen Vex reliably in mid for a while, and in my opinion, LeBlanc is just scarier on a whole nother spectrum, but I can't entirely confirm that because I'm not super up to date when it comes to specifically Vex.
Vex right now is kind of in a weird state. I think it's kind of a counter pick just for the later game and just kind of to stop the dashes there of LeBlanc. But if LeBlanc gets ahead, we've seen what Cyclone can do. As we get to see the first blood card there. And it did land over onto Frosty, as we do see now the fruits of that labor there coming in into work. But now Lynxie putting in that, you can see it. It looks so good there for Hunter. But unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough as we head over into the bot lane here. And I think we're just going to see the light skirmish, the wave push into the bot lane. And that's going to give TFF, though, the green light, the opening to try and get this Drake into their way, as Mac has to head their way, check the bush, is trying to push forward onto it. I don't think they have the vision that we have, so I don't think they know that Drake is being started. But if they push past Adam, they could, it could spell trouble, and I think they kind of understood the assignment there, the way Adam was postured. So it will be a quick Drake there for the side of TFF. So Monkey's able to get first blood, but this is still a very even game.
Stun coming in. Should be followed up quickly by a trap. It looks like Grim immediately going for Chrome alone, but just not having the damage just quite yet. Or at the very least, if we did have the damage come in, we've still got plenty of that healing. One thing, just small critique just as a Taric player. Like, I know you want to get more of that HP, but your HP doesn't matter. Get yourself that tier sooner rather than later. Maybe it's been moved entirely out of the kit, but tier does so much work for Taric, and tier is healing. Tier is HP, and it's always my first item on Taric. Ooh, I like this rotation here by Cyclone. Mac Mittens trying to buy himself sometimes, but it's just not gonna matter. And I like this. It seems like Cyclone seems to favor these sort of aggressive, bursty mid laners, and they're doing really, really well. However, we did get Wheeze on level 6, which means we can start impacting the rest of the lane, the rest of the game, just sort of going all. It looks like Cyclone's just gonna stick bottom and go for Ziggs in total, forcing the bomb there from Grim. The damage is not gonna come in. Skarner's just going
no.
to drag Wheeze underneath the tower. The tower shot comes in, and TFF is looking in great shape. We do have Frosty coming in, but it's going to be too little too late. It does look like Grim was able to make it out of bot lane, though. But right now, at the 7-minute mark, we're sitting at 3-1 so far in the favor of TFF. And it looks like Nasus is doing pretty solid up in the top lane, especially with this Skarner continuing to go for the for these ganks and helping out this other side. You know, Jace going down about half HP. We should have a slow coming up here sooner rather than later. 1Q, just one more or all you need. Just continue to farm those stacks on Nasus. What are we at? 111 already at 7 minutes.
This is like we mentioned, that this is the late game threat on the side of TFF that you have to look out for. And this is, again, they've done it before. They've played these late game comps where they win early, they get ahead early, and then now you're just kind of hanging out. And you just kind of play your den of playing their game. But this might be exactly what they need. As you see Mac negating that escape there, Cyclone going to fall immediately to the 3-man rotation into the mid lane. And it's still a very even game right now. But the macro is still going to TFF with the first streak. But MKM does have the plates, as they do now set their sights on to these voids.
Well, and looking at this too, I really like what Monkeys is doing. I like that fact that Monkeys is playing into Poppy, that they're really doing well with that. They know that this is a very dangerous dueling side over here, and they're trying to buy themselves as much time, but like there's no reason not to rotate, especially if you're into LeBlanc, especially if you have that anti-dash. Nice double E on that side. Mac Mitten's taking a good chunk of damage. Grim going in to absorb the ultimate. They're playing really well together and haven't really been taken out too much. This could still go either way, but Tarek is such a pain in the butt to deal with in the bot lane, even when you have Poppy. And I think Poppy is one of the more aggressive ones, just barely missing the E, but that's all that counts there. We do have Skarner here potentially looking for a gank, but I think that might be just overstepping our welcome. Not sure what the point with the ult was. Maybe they thought they were going to go in. Little overzealous on that, but that's easy to make. Like I said, we're like, what, almost 5 hours into this game, so the mistakes are going to happen. Brett going in, looking for the lockdown. This is going to be a full 4-man ult. Unfortunately, we did not have the Tarek ult. Singular Brett should go down as a TP comes in. So many resources, but Cyclone picking up more kills, and specifically picking up kills on this LeBlanc. Things are going to get really spicy as Cyclone goes in. Ooh, we step on the trap there on Wheeze. This is not looking good for Monkeys. There it is. No, we just barely missed the E. That's really unfortunate. Frosty is here if he can get his hands on Adam, but if Adam can buy a little more time, get that stun in. No, just the damage is too good on Frosty. Frosty taking over the Tarek, looking for the damage and dashing to safety, and now we're sitting at 6-4 on our score with only a small lead in Monkey's favor.
That back and forth there, it's tough to really say, but I think that really goes to the side, excuse me, to TFF there. They really just had a really nice dive there, but it could have been a lot cleaner if Adam didn't overstep their boundaries there with the ultimate. As you see, Singular Bread yet again getting a gank onto Grim. Let's see what they can do with it. Nice C4 landing away from Grim. Mac trying to help as much as they can. Cyclone going to lock down, find another kill as Mac not going to be able to help and be the support. And Adam yet again going to miss another E there. The angles are difficult to land, but that's the entire point of Tarek. You got to make sure your angles are proper use there, and are able to help support the team.
And so far, I'm pretty happy with the performance on Skarner. There's a couple of times we could have played a little bit better. Maybe we could have got out here and there, but I think we're doing perfectly fine here into this. I don't think we're getting too overshadowed by Frosty, despite the fact that Frosty is such a fierce opponent, such an aggressive opponent to have to deal with, specifically on Viego. And it's not like they've been playing bad, but like the thing is the synergy around Cyclone. Cyclone's really begun to take off, and I think maybe the Syndra game gave them that momentum that they need here. And now we've got a LeBlanc that is 1-4. And we have targets to go for. Even at some point, we can start taking out Jace. We can probably do it now, but I think we need just a little bit more push, a little bit more damage to consistently take out Jace. But then again, we also have Nasus for that, and that slow has come in actual clutch. I would have figured that Jace would have done a bit better in the top lane into Susan, but I guess the big thing is like Jace kind of wants to skirmish. He wants to hit you from afar and then come in. I'm just taking guesstimations. I don't play Jace whatsoever, but I would have figured he would have done just a little bit better into Susan, but Susan's typically pretty solid.
It's the jungle pressure, honestly. Singular being able to get there twice for him and able to get that solo kill as well too, just kind of slows the process there. Has a lead in CS, 20 CS lead, but it could be that much further if he didn't have the 2 deaths underneath their belt as well too, and that's kind of what's the big hindrance there in the lane, and it makes it that much easier because again, the later this game goes, the easier it is for the side of TFF with Linksy, who is stacking relatively well, 228 right now at 12 minutes. And as you can see, the trade's just not really working in Hunter's favor where they should be, as they do have the Ghost Blade in the inventory.
Mittens is here. This could spell the doom for Cyclone. Cyclone not able to dash away, but I don't think we have the damage to follow it up. Wee's having a hard time coming in. However, Frosty is here looking for damage on Singular Bread. We should have enough if we could just close the range, but we're just too slippery. The combination between LeBlanc and Skarner, I am getting more and more happy with these small little plays. Adam getting caught in a really unfortunate position. Not sure what the plan was here. We saw everyone back off. This is a massive, massive misstep. I would have just hung on to the ultimate. It's not worth trying to save yourself. Even if you'd gotten out of that, I'm not sure it's worth losing the ultimate. Like I said, I say this time and time again, the supports very much so are pawns, and I don't mean that in a negative way. Pawns can be a very powerful piece if used correctly, and just hanging on to that ultimate. And I know that can seem kind of weird. Like Tark ultimate's obviously not hard to hit. It doesn't go anywhere. You press one button, but knowing the timing of it can be a little weird. But maybe we're just like, you know, we're tired, we're exhausted. We're almost 5 hours into this cast, so I'm not really going to blame them. I don't think I've ever sat down and played like a series like back-to-back 5-5 in like a large setting like that. So I gotta imagine it's getting fatiguing. Susan maybe in a little bit of trouble here. I don't think we have the range though. No, we don't.
No, unfortunately they don't. And it's a second attempt there to try to slow down Linksy. And unfortunately they just have not been able to find the angle there. And yeah, no, 100%. I'm gonna have to agree with you there. Adam should have held on to the ultimate there. There's really even no reason to stall. It's not like the enemy team or your team was able to secure an objective while you were stalling. So losing that ultimate is just going to make the lane that much harder for you once you regroup there. As we head into a fight in the mid lane, Wee's in trouble.
I don't even think it's really a competition. The only thing that's keeping them off is the constant rotation from Poppy, which is Poppy's doing exactly what they should. Mac Mittens has had very, very solid plays, while I think that the fatigue is truly hitting Adam. Adam is trying to shadow, but the biggest problem is Poppy is such a pain in the butt to follow. Poppy's one of those ones that can keep up with Bar if they want to. The fight is kicking off. I don't imagine Mac Mittens. No, actually, we do get it. We catch a stun right there at the end, and Skarner has a lot more damage than I remember, especially with the fact that we're building stacks. We're sitting at 71 so far. Singular Bread has continued to impress me. I don't expect to see a lot of good Skarners at this level, and I'm happy to be proven wrong. This has been a very solid performance. Not overshadowing anyone else. I'm just happily surprised.
No, 100%. And you got to remember, look at the level difference here between Mac and Adam. Granted, Adam is missing a few stuns here and there, but still has a 2-level difference here. Mac just falling behind from dying a lot and not securing as much in the roams. You gotta be careful when you're leaving these lanes. You gotta make sure that you're getting the kills, and if you're not getting the kills, at least pushing them back so you can push in and look at to these plates. And right now it's just not looking too hot, but it's still a gold lead and still somewhat of an advantage to the side of the Monkeys. But TFF definitely has the keys to turn that around, but that's not it, as they do find a catch right there. Wee's on the kill streak right now.
Oh, so much damage going back and forth. McMitten's finally going to get isolated. We do have Linksy here for the damage. It looks like Hunter here in the background trying to do a lot, but we're absolutely separated. This is not any form of coordination. It ended up in 1 kill. We got Cyclone, and that's not the worst thing, you know. Monkeys getting their hands on that gold is going to be much, much needed. I didn't catch who exactly picked it up, but either way, that's going to be a healthy amount of gold there for them. And we got a Drake up in order to fight over. We're sitting at 9-6. The lead right now is in Monkeys, but can we leverage this into something else? Because just having a small lead isn't going to help you win the game overall. You need to continue to leverage these kills into more stuff, because League of Legends is not a KDA-based game. Linksy stepping too far forward, getting baited by the ward, a classic mistake. McMitten's going over the wall. There's the bomb. bomb going in. Yes, indeed. We're looking for the first like little reset. If we can just get in there, Adam trying to buy some time. But the thing is, Tarek underneath the tower is still a force to be reckoned with. A singular bread goes back in. Double kill on the Caitlyn. We just do not want to fully commit to this. There's too much hurt on the other side. Cyclone's clone is just trying to buy themselves a little more time, baiting in the other side as we go in. And look at that kill. We immediately melted the Poppy going in, getting wrecked. Our score sitting at 12-8. There's still a 1.1K in the lead of Monkeys, but things are looking a little bit better for TFF.
Yeah, not too bad. It's still keeping things afloat. It's only 1,000 gold lead right now. Cyclone is still a threat to look out for. Singular Bread keeping themselves alive and finding a really nice ultimate to catch two under the tower. That was Monkey's opportunity, and the window was there. It just was not executed quick enough. As you blink and you miss it, Cyclone making a magic trick of making Grim disappear.
First reset.
As we go into this skirmish right into the middle.
1-for-1 trade the long way. It looks like we traded the Ziggs for Singular Bread. Not a worth it trade for TFF. TFF doesn't really want to see that. This continues to put Monkey in the lead, and it also continues to threaten that objective because we have Viego still alive and kicking. There's an opportunity to go for it, but we cannot forget about Cyclone. Cyclone will hit like an absolute truck. We saw them melt Poppy, and I know Poppy is the support. I know Poppy's been a little bit down on level, a little bit down on gold, but still, melting a Poppy that quickly for LeBlanc is really saying something. Poppy is not in the squishy category. We were able to turn that in, leverage it into another objective, which is really, really important. We need to continue this for Monkey. We need to try to find the picks or just knock people off and continue to get our hands on more and more of the Drakes. But grabbing one will provide them a lot of breathing room.
You gotta also look at the item optimization here for Matt. He is opting for the armor, which is a safe bet with it being 4 AD overall. But Cyclone doing the most right now and already has the Ludin with the Alternator already with 8 stacks again, as we saw when they played the Syndra. And hold on, Singular Bread coming in for the gank on the Hunter. He's going to get pulled out away, and this is going to probably be just another easy stack here.
Oh!
Unless...
Got away 3 HP.
Not even close, baby. Not even close.
I mean, that counts. That's a lot of resources blown on Hunter, but I think Lynxie still comes out on top. We're still allowed to continue to farm that tower. Look at it actually getting chunked. Frosty is going in, but this is a really fed Susan. Maybe fighting the tower? No, look at the damage. So this could, Poppy going in. This is a good rotation right here. This is not what Nasus needs. Susan should get taken down. Frosty getting that gold will be so, so nice. Frosty once again quietly sitting on quite the horde. We're at 5-0, and we've seen, you know, them lose with that amount of gold, but I think the problem is we're now on Viego, which is, you know, even harder to deal with when you've got all this gold sitting in the bank and ready to go. We should take down this tower. I gotta imagine, yeah, caster minions did take that down. That's gonna be a lot of pressure off of the mid lane. So even though Wheezy has been struggling, we did get the macro objective, which matters a lot more. Sure, Cyclone's got a lot of kills here, and we continue to wrap them up, maybe picking up Jace if we can, at the very least scaring him off. But we need to start getting these towers. We need to start getting these plates as well, because there's a reason why we are 2.1k gold behind, and it's not just Frosty. I know Frosty has the 1.8k lead when it comes to that gold, but it's also the team. We've just been better on macro, I feel, with Monkey, aside from the 2 Drakes initially. I'm not sure why we're going underneath a tower into a LeBlanc. She's already proven she can kill you, bud.
Yeah, no, not by yourself. And honestly, no objectives being up as of right now. We do have the Rift Herald, but it doesn't seem that it's really a huge contest point for either team. So I don't really know as to why that was really the call, but nothing really happened out of it. So it's not the end of the world, as we do get to see the Creep Store that just came in thanks to last, as the Vision score now. It's going to be Matt, followed by Adam, Grim, Hunter, and then the rest of the boys following suit. So it is Monkeys right now with the Vision score lead. But you gotta be careful here. There's only a few more minutes until Drake is spawned. And I do like how the Vision is coming down from the side of TFF, getting themselves ready to go. And hopefully look for something here on Wheezy.
That was just a drive-by, and Weeze is already about half HP. However, we're going to immediately in a precarious situation. Cyclone in a really bad spot, getting knocked into the wall there by McMittens and getting picked up by a kill for Weeze. So Weeze is slowly coming online. Weeze is slowly getting back in this game as Singular Bread runs into a bit of trouble. There is an angle here if we go for the gank, but Skarner's going to be hard to pin down. At the very least, we can turn this into another macro objective, and there's no reason not to. Monkey's doing better and better and better as the game goes on. Weeze faring even more better, and those advantages that Cyclone got early on just haven't been leveraged particularly well. I think there will be another tempo shift when we finally go to a team fight phase. We are in the team fight phase, but we haven't really chose to 5v5 a crazy amount, at least not in any comprehensive way for TFF, because we haven't been able to leverage the fact that we have a decently fed Caitlyn, or that we have a Susan, or that we have a Skarner. We've had like small little ganks back and forth, but one of the biggest things here is, you know, Adam needs to step it up a little bit too, but it's not that like McMittens has been doing particularly like too much better. I do think McMittens has impacted the game more, not necessarily from a KDA standpoint, but being where they need to be when they need to be, even if they suffer from levels. It's not the worst thing. Adam, I think, has had more critical failures. This is a really good one right here, trying to lock down Singular Bread as they go down about half HP. Susan on the other side trying to lock in the distance, but it looks like we're immediately going to get sent into the stratosphere by Poppy. So solid play there, keeping their team alive, looking for that harassment, and that's not the longest cooldown.
No, it's really not. The minions off the board as well too. So if you do find Nasus yet again, you might be able to burst them down. Granted, I know that's not the main focus target there, but you do take what you can get, as Drake is going to be spawned. This should be the Monkey's second Drake if they can secure it. They have been taking control with this vision as well too. I don't think TFF wants to try to contest it, but they will try to siege and secure mid lane for them. They should be able to walk out of it. You don't want to fight them in a small corridor either. And overall, a good job for the side of the Monkeys, but they need to find their way to completely secure this game and keep it from not getting taken over from TFF.
Both sides being very, very cautious. There was opportunities for either side, for Monkeys or for TFF, to start a fight right there, but both of them just sort of backed off. And I think that's the smart call. I think that they know that they're shooting for these objectives. There's no reason to die for absolutely no reason. So shoot for your buffs, shoot for your objectives, get some of these towers, which indeed we have been doing. Even when we were going for that Drake, TFF went, hey, that objective is lost, let's take what we can. And that's exactly what you want to see. You need to learn to play behind just as much as you can play from ahead, because at some point you're going to lose to somebody at something. So you got to learn how to deal with that.
Then you need to be able to at least get your fair trades in, go for your 1-for-1s here, and keep things afloat. A 3,000 gold lead isn't anything to really stop at. That is a very decent lead. It's going to make the team fights very that much harder for the side of TFF to really look at them at a full 5. And it really, if Singular Bread starts to fall off here, if they do find the pick and the catch, they might not be able to have the damage from the team to help finish them off.
Yeah, absolutely. And the clock continues to tick down in this final game. We're sitting at 25 minutes, 13 kills to 10 that you just mentioned, the 3.5k lead. We are tied on the Drakes, but 2 Oceans on the other side. However, we've got a little bit of movement, and I'm a big fan of the Cloud Drake. Even just small little bits, it can make a difference. The further you go on, especially when you have someone like Lynxy Hunter stepping up a little bit too close, but we're able to space things out. It looks like we have a bit more damage, and the fact that we have Swiftness boots over the Nasus might just provide us that little bit of room and just keep us spaced out. I thought that Jace was going to struggle after seeing those first couple of ganks, but things have seemed to have gone a little bit better over time. Cyclone testing the waters, just poking around the other side, not getting caught, but that's exactly what LeBlanc wants to do. LeBlanc is the one I think I'm going to start worrying about just a little bit. I'm not sure Cyclone's going to find a massive amount of places unless someone truly steps in like a very cruddy position, because in my opinion, I see LeBlanc as someone who gets fed early and transitions the team into something else, and then somebody picks it up from LeBlanc, unless you're just a godly LeBlanc.
But yeah, who you're trying to pick it or pass it over to, you can pass it over to Caitlyn. Chromalone has been doing a decent job, but again, we kind of mentioned it in the picks here. Caitlyn not really necessarily the best per se feels more of a comfort safe pick in the last moments, and but it can definitely still be passed. But it seems MKM just being able to hold this lead here and extend it to almost 4K. It's just a few more minutes left here till third Drake is spawned, and I think this is really where we're gonna start to see this game start to come to a head.
Yeah, absolutely, and something we haven't really seen pop off yet. And I think that Adam is starting to realize, a couple of the mistakes that he's making. He hasn't been blowing his ultimate in the way he could. And the nice thing about Taric is it's a lot like Blitzcrank, right? So Blitzcrank can miss like the first 21 hooks, but if you manage to grab one lucky hook right beforehand, it can really change a fight. And it's the same way with Taric ultimate, but I think it's significantly easier with Taric ultimate for that to happen, because you can affect everyone around you and just make yourselves immune. And for the most part, MKM can't afford for the other team to be immune. They just don't have the health bars. Grim getting absolutely melted. LeBlanc looking for an angle. There's going to be the bomb coming in as McMittens tries to go in. The nice solid flash. However, Chrome alone is alone, left to their own devices, flashing away, going to get taken down. The team trying to follow up behind. Lynxy coming in as an absolute monster, looking for McMittens to try to take him down, but there's going to be a flash over the wall. Really solid. This is a fighting retreat here for Monkeys. Monkeys is in a good position to poke and do this damage and keep things going. That's really, really unfortunate. I'm not sure if that was just Chrome not getting with the program or what the deal was. However, Lynxy taking a bit of poke here by Hunter. Hunter going down Lynxy going about half HP to Hunter. I'm not sure we want to stick around here. The longer we are here, the more chances TFF has to die. Exactly like that. Getting pinned in the wall. Singular Bread able to get a massive ult. That's a good chunk of damage in return. But Taric ultimate just not doing enough. The coordination continuing to get better on Monkeys as we take a 5K lead.
Hopefully they still have enough in their tank to secure it. It looks like they're going to get into another fight yet again. Here we go.
Ooh, McMittens almost going down, but it just does not count as Hunter starts to begin to pick off some of the kills. However, he's taking a good chunk of damage here from Caitlyn. Still going to keep ourselves alive, unfortunately, for Chrome alone. Chrome alone just cannot catch a break. Chrome alone just cannot get in there. Ultimate coming down, but it's just a small amount of harassment. We might have bought ourselves some time in order to take this objective. No, I don't think TFF wants to contest this. Not with Taric and Caitlyn.
Oh, yeah, no, it's unfortunate that you have to give at this third position. But I don't think it's going to really matter there. That's going to be third Ocean Drake. We've seen this before, but now with a 6K gold lead, Monkeys really now in the prime lead right now and in the most optimal position we have seen for Game 5.
Yeah, and things keep going on, and I think that McMitten's E's have gotten a little bit better over and over. I think that Poppy might just be a tiny bit easier to execute when it comes to those. The E's aren't particularly hard to hit. The E's on Taric can be particularly nasty to miss. Ooh, Adam taking a good chunk of damage. That looks like a tether coming in. Singular Bread there to follow it up, but McMitten's there just popping us out. This is absolutely frustrating. We do die for it. We did overstay a little bit, but it's not the worst thing. McMitten's dying very, very slowly. What's more important is Hunter trying to get out of this. We do indeed get out of that. I don't think there was too many opportunities for Poppy to get out, so that's not the worst trade. And if you're support, and you get someone out, honestly, that's not the worst thing to have. However, Wheeze is in a lot of trouble. This is a very, very strong Nasus. What is that? 630, I think that says, for the stacks there on Susan.
Yeah, and now with the 2 picks going down there for the side of Monkeys, that's going to be a green light here for the side of TFF to try to secure this Baron, and they might be able to do it as we do see the 3 members of MKM coming in. Let's see how this goes.
A whole bunch of a nothing burger. A couple of ultimates blown down, a few resources blown down, but I like this control for Monkeys. Even though that Monkeys, they're very much so ahead, they continue to get these objectives. They're very clear on what they want and when they want to fight. Not that TFF hasn't been doing that, but I think as the game has gone on, it's begun to favor Monkeys more and more when they're just like, we want this fight at this time. And I think that's a good call because you cannot underestimate Singular Bread. Singular Bread has had a very solid deal. So if we're able to get a pin off on Singular Bread, especially if Singular Bread and Lynx are able to play off, and Cyclone will still do a large amount of damage. It's less so now that the game has gotten later, but if Cyclone can pin someone down with the combination of everyone else, like we have a very much so point at that person and they die. We just have to coordinate it, and it's just truly becoming like this is the long part of the marathon. This is the end of the marathon, and it's really beginning to show on these players.
Yeah, it's got to start to feel taxing, and the time and the energy starting to take its toll on everyone, as every game has been very long. It's been getting into the past 35-minute mark. So he is now going down. We're burning it down all the way down to the wire here. You got to be extremely careful. Being in the lead as well, too. It's a 5K gold lead, but you still saw TFF being able to find an opportunity with such a gold lead, with the Drakes ahead as well. So you can't just sit back and be like, well, we got such a good lead and everything's looking pretty good for us. Let's sit back. This still can be anyone's game.
Yeah, and I honestly, this has just really turned into a great series between both of these teams. We're 15-15, and sure, yeah, we're 6K a lead. And if this was like a T2 or like a T1 game, that could potentially be a staggering amount of gold. But it's not. This is Emerald. These are players mostly playing for free. I've got to imagine. So like the 6K is not that big of a deal. It just depends on how you use it. A lot of it is on Frosty, but we've seen Frosty get super fed, and then his team, just not been able to keep up, and you could probably make the argument that sometimes Frosty might be more of a KDA player, but I'm not blaming him. I'm not saying that's a negative or positive thing. I'm just saying that typically he doesn't have a lot of deaths, whether that's a positive or negative on the team. I do think that's something to point out and something to watch out to sort of dictate how these fights are going to go. The positioning right here is going to be important. If I'm Monkeys, I don't want to take this fight unless we can catch Cyclone over there. A couple of pokes would be pretty good, because something Monkeys need to utilize is we have a lot of really good poke, right? We've got Ziggs, we've got a Jace, and we've got 3 Ocean Soul or Ocean Drakes. So we've got a lot to like sort of play this the long run, and I think they can just sort of force the other side into a mistake right there. Like Singular Bread possibly could get caught there. I do like I'm having trouble with the words here. I do like the control here for McMittens. My immediate thing was like I wanted to see the E and I wanted to see the stun on Singular Bread, but I think it was better to see the control instead of getting caught in. Look at this poke. This is exactly what I was talking about. Singular Bread already almost down to half HP.
You got to be extremely careful here. Drake only a few moments away. Bread trying to find the approach here. The Tarkle again, just going to be a little late. Let's see how the rest of this fight goes down. A Singular Bread going to whip the ult there. As now Unique Frosty going to be godlike, going to find it and get the first reset. Looking for more.
Frosty has an opportunity to go back in. Lynxy is here by himself. However, this is a very, very powerful Susan. So dealing with him, Susan doing exactly what he said. Susan sort of playing that Scion role where you position yourself in between there and the team, acting as this ward, acting as this wall. Good amount of damage there from Poppy trying to lock him down, but it's not going to be enough. Lynxy over here. I'm not sure you want this fight. You cannot. I don't think you can win this 1v2. Your team needs to turn around and help you, though. This could turn very, very spicy very quickly. McMittens. Oh, no. We just continue to make sense. Chrome alone once again getting caught alone. The Tark was there, but the abilities were down, and now Lynxy is here by themselves. The mistakes are truly beginning to dogpile as we're chasing down Lynxy. The bomb coming in as well as the damage. Monkey looking for the kills. McMittens picking it up there for his team. Cyclone having to back out of there, and that's a free soul. At this point, McMittens just needs to play with the LeBlanc to make sure that it stays in their wheelhouse.
It is looking close now from Monkey. Cyclone still has a chance to steal it. Not going to be able to get over the Smite secure. You give the Monkeys an inch, the Monkeys will take a mile from you. Not only were they able to take down the priority targets that they needed, they're now able to secure all 4 pieces of Exotic. No, I'm just kidding. It is Ocean, Drake, and Soul as well. But they need to be careful. They need to make sure that they don't lose the ability that they've just gotten. We've seen them in this position before where they gained soul, but TFF was able to bunker down and find their pieces. Excuse me, find their pieces and get themselves back into the game. So let's see if Monkeys can continue this onslaught and close this one out and become champions.
Well, and I think just the consistency for Monkeys has been much better. I think if we're going to play around someone, TFF needs to play either for what they're doing right here, where they're trying to look for some sort of advantage. So Mac Mittens maybe trying to lock down Singular Bread. Ooh, nice pin. If we could just lock down the damage, yes, we are indeed getting a bit Tark right there for the save, having a good ultimate there in Singular Bread, but we don't have a lot of follow-up, unfortunately. I don't blame Linksy from getting in there. That was dead. That was probably the best Tark ultimate that they have, but it still resulted in Bread getting taken out right before the Baron, so now we have an opportunity to take it. Maybe Cyclone goes in. Maybe we go for a heavy push. This wouldn't be the worst time for them to look for an angle. They just need to find the weakest one in the herd, but look how quickly that Baron is melting.
Oh, yeah. I think the push is going to be the angle here as we do see the mid lane going. But Baron going to be taken out so quickly here. They may be at a weird angle, and it may not be enough because the Baron buff enhanced minions going to help out the squad as well. And now Cyclone might be in danger here. Adam here with the support.
Oh, Cyclone gets pinned to the wall, taken down. That's really, really unfortunate. We just continue to take losses on TFF. We continue to get pushed in our backlines. And honestly, Mac Mittens has just been right on point for these pins. They were relatively questionable, I think, early on. And sure, we lost levels, but I'm of the opinion if the support's down just 2 levels, that usually just means they're down about a level and a half. They get that other level back pretty quickly, and then they bounce back from there. At that point, it really just boils down to KDA, and I think the assists have been really good. Singular Bread going in, looking for the one singular pin as we're going to try to pull them into the turret, but it's just not going to be enough, and so much damage. Trying to lock them down. McMitten's able to pin off someone else as we have the Baron, and it looks like Monkeys is going to go all the way. Lynxies and Adam are the only one here for the defense. That is still a very large Susan, so there is a non-zero chance we stop it, but this is going to be an uphill battle whatsoever. We're going to do it. It's going to be right now. Adam, why are you that far forward, buddy? Your Susan needs you. There's going to be the ultimate, and there is an opportunity to turn around. The E coming in. Can we have the damage? Can we lock it down? Cyclone going to go down anyways. Lynxy just cannot get in range. We cannot get those Qs. Those stacks don't matter if we get stunned and CC'd all over again. Monkeys is going to take this score 3-2, 26-16, 13K in the bank, and that is going to be GG, baby. Our grand final champions are going to be Monkeys.
It took all night, a 5-hour brawl, but they finally come through on the top. It almost seemed that the Cinderella story for the side of TFF was going to happen, but Monkeys can't kept on a top, and it kept their dream alive. 3-2, a explosive finish to everyone here, and GG's well played to everyone who participated. But of course, a huge shout out to the one and only our champions, the Monkeys.
Absolutely. It was quite a fun game to cast. I'm sort of coming in cold. We saw a lot of really interesting stuff. It's not as bad as the first game, the first 2 or 3 games I ended up watching, which all had Varus top for some reason. I saw it 3 times in a row, and it was just as horrible every 3 times. So this was way more consistent than I expected, way more solid, closer to meta than I expected. You know, really, other than like seeing like the brand mid or maybe even the Vex. I'm not sure exactly where Vex is sitting, but this turned out to be a great series overall, and like I don't fault any of the players. I'm not going to sit here and trash talk TFF. This has been a very, very long thing, you know, and a lot of these players aren't getting paid. If they are getting paid, like even the Cito players aren't getting paid that much, even the NACL players aren't getting paid that much. So if they're not getting paid that much, these guys are either getting nothing or next to nothing. It's all just for the fun, and I think we had exactly that. It was fun to cast, it was fun to watch, and hopefully for them it was fun to play.
100%. We're going to get over on to the team interviews here in just a moment, as we are going to just take a quick break, get ourselves the champions here, and close it out. Overall, again, just a huge shout out. And of course, big love to everyone who's tuned in and keeping it locked. And of course, to staff. And a great season to everyone as well. We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We have the champions with us. The monkeys are here. And I just want to say congratulations to a well fought battle here against TFF. And I guess I'm gonna pass it over to Grim here. And I just want to say, how was it going against TFF? And did you guys feel that you guys weren't going to be here at any time because we got to game 5, so it was definitely in the cards. It wasn't a clean finish.
Yeah, TFF's always people knowing that team. They're always a really good team. Facing Chrome alone so many times, he's really good at bot lane, and they had a good control. Cyclone's always great in the mid lane.
Right.
And Brett has won many chips, so it was going to be really difficult to beat them, but we persevered and we had a game plan going in, and we were able to execute.
Heck yeah.
And then I've got one. So over the, I want to say last 3 or 4 patches, I'm gonna direct this one at Hunter, being your top laner. Over the last 3 or 4 patches, I feel like we've had quite the weird assortment of top laners. Is there someone in the top lane that you stand by that your team absolutely hates, that you just really, really want to get pushed out? Or is there someone who used to be in that category that you really want to come back into the top lane?
Champion or player?
We'll go with champion.
Champion. I'm really happy I got to play Jace in game 5.
Mm-hmm.
Love my boy Jace.
Yeah, Jace coming back is huge.
Top. I don't know. Like, I liked Ornn a lot, but I'm tired of seeing his bum ass in top lane right now, and that's just because of the speed curve. Like, he gives so much value at the current state of the game. He's blindable.
Mm-hmm.
He fits well with team fights. So I would say if it's possible to get rid of Ornn being as prevalent and, let my guy Jace back up, where I'm excited.
And then I guess now winning here, monkeys. I guess this is for all you guys. What are your future plans here for Ember League? Do we see the full monkey squad back for next season? Or are we a one and done and that's it? Because honestly, you guys won. You don't have to necessarily come back, but it would love to see, hopefully, you guys come back and fight for your championship yet again.
So, I mean, most people know I ranked out on D4, so the team is a one and done. We ain't coming back. Show up once, get it done.
Happy to win with my goat, though. It was so much fun playing with you.
Yeah.
We love it, man.
Love my guys. First ever comp season. I'm 1 for 1 right now. We're going 2 for 2 next time I play. But it's okay.
And then I'm going to direct this one at sort of just Frosty, more of a general question. Are there any teams or anything like that you wish you could have fought either in this league or outside of this league? Just kind of in general, just where like, maybe you've got like a beef with them, or maybe you just think they would be a fun opponent that you just never got the opportunity. Is there any team out there that you just wish you could have taken on?
There actually is one team that we should have been playing in the finals. Like, we're not in the same division, but I'm telling you, if we get GCCE Hyrulean heroes in there, me versus Kagrin, 2 goats of the jungle, it would have been cinema. It would have been cinema.
It's in the other timeline. We got the bad timeline, so
True.
we got to go back for that one.
But thank you all, and again, a big shout outs to our monkeys and a congrats for your one and done. And I wish you all the best of luck in your endeavors. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for us. This is the season closeout, and I just want to give a quick shout out to all staff, admin, everyone out in Ember Esports that makes this happen. Of course, a huge shout out to production last, everyone over in casting as well. It's been your boy Huey. With me has been Korak. And again, thank you so much for coming in at last minute. And hopefully we'll get to see you more in the future. But be sure to keep with the socials. Be sure to follow the links and keep up to see us more. And when that season comes, we will be there. Ember Esports, thank you all so much. And good night. We love you. We'll see you all soon.